Hey y'all, how's it going? It is Friday, July 10th, and that means it is time for viewer levels. That's right, it's the thing we do every week. That said, tonight we're starting a little later than usual, fairly later than usual. For those in the present, the reason for that probably obvious. Also, it was in the starting soon thing that I show before I actually start the stream, which is that SGDQ has been going on at the same exact time that we usually do Mario Maker viewer levels on Fridays, 6 p.m. Central. That is when the Mario Maker 2 Troll Race competition showcase happened at SGDQ for the last hour and a half, more or less. And I'll say it was lovely. It was a great time. It was very fun. We'll talk about SGDQ, I think, in general a little bit as we're doing the viewer levels tonight. That's one of the things that has been going on this week. You know, for those in the, I don't know how to phrase it. That we'll definitely talk about that shit as we're going tonight. Suffice to say, it was a very fun thing, and I hope many of y'all at home, I hope many of y'all were able to catch all of it, some of it, enough of it, and I hope y'all enjoyed what you saw. I certainly did. It was a hell of a thing. It was all this time it was multiplayer versus, so they were 3 multiplayer co-op / versus levels, which were very cool, full of glitches and tricks and traps and things of that nature, and also like what's the word, co-op. They had to do it cooperatively, so as a dude with one controller, well, I actually do have other controllers. As a dude who's just one dude, I cannot personally get, I can't do those levels. Let me say, if anyone were to track down the code and put it in queue, that's fine and all, but I don't think we'll be able to get very far in them without you know, 2 players, but it was still a hell of a good time, and I really enjoyed watching it. Really enjoyed it, and it was the right move to delay the stream by 2 hours in order to accommodate everyone taking the time to watch it. I think. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all feel good? Y'all feel good? I bet y'all feel good. Everyone feels good. It was a good time, and yeah. Bunch of good SGDQ this week, I'll say. Alright, up top. Bunch of good SGDQ. As always, whenever there is a GDQ week, it is always a good time, and love the AGQs, the Mario Maker races, competitions, whatever the hell it is every year, whenever it comes around. Not every year, but sometimes, many times, it's quite popular and quite good and super fun. You took a nap, Chard? Nice. That's fantastic. I like naps too. I've taken a good amount of naps the last few months. Too many really. All right, let's get into this. Let's start the viewer levels. That's right. It's time for viewer levels proper. Which is to say, I'm going to start punching in codes and playing them in a first come, first serve order. This is the time to get into queue. By the way, this is the best time, while it's relatively short. Well, I don't know. We're starting at a later time. Maybe we won't get as relatively long as it sometimes does. We'll see. We'll see how this night takes us, and we're starting at a later time, so we will probably be going later. And there is a bit to talk about, I'll say. Bunch of stuff happened this week. Bunch of shows started this week. Bunch of SGDQ this week. Bunch of stuff. Hopefully will be a medium-length Mario Maker 2 stream. That is my hope. A medium-length Mario Maker 2 stream. How does a medium length or any other length of Mario Maker 2 stream work on this channel, you ask? Well, if you are here when your level comes up, I will, outside the lightning round, give it the full time of day, which, outside of the lightning round, means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. That's correct. Plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein we will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my way of compromising. That is my way of balancing between prioritizing the people who are present, and playing more levels, which I think and I believe is fun. I think that's yeah. I think that has proven itself over time that it is fun to play more levels rather than fewer. First up, we got 06i, who just said hi, and we got Verdant Burrows. That's right. I think a few days ago you said that you clear checked this one, and was this the one you said it was like 6? You had to find all the coins. I guess it isn't like a map situation or like a 6 individual rooms situation. It's more like an exploratory red coin hunt. Let's go. O6i has done a number of these before, where the idea is that it's sort of a little bit open-ended, and I say a little bit open-ended. That's not quite what it is. It's a little bit non-linear, so far as you can do any of the red coins in whichever order you like, and there's a couple maps that'll tell you where they are, or how many are in each area, and we'll just sort of play it by ear. Nice. Here's Flower Falls. Flower Falls has 2. Is Flower Falls the first area? Yeah, well, am I safe to zoom in? Yes, so you can zoom, like the comment said, you can zoom in like this, and now we have a great big view of the map there. Wow, look at that. Yeah, it does look nice. I see that is the start. So we've gotten both of them now. I keep worrying that chain chomp is gonna get me, but I am safe. I am in the good range. Ah! I already saw that there's nothing. That means that there's nothing over here, right? Nothing but a 10 coin. Okay. How y'all doing? Really enjoyed that. Really hope y'all enjoyed the SGDQ race. I did as well. That was a hell of a thing. I'll also say for my part, you know, since the last stream, I'll say this isn't. I didn't actually make a card for this specific thing, but like last weekend. For those of y'all who didn't tune in last Saturday on the 4th of July, which, you know, holiday, big important day, probably a lot of people had plans and all, but I played through the entirety of this game's single player, as well as Mario Maker 3DS's single player, as well as the sample levels of Mario Maker 1. And that was a hell of a good time, and I just want to say, again, how that stream went perfectly. I guess I don't know what I want to say about that, honestly, that I didn't already say. After the stream, one thing I said on the Discord, which I'll say again here. Why not? Why not? Is that, you know, I feel pretty good about you know, before going into that stream, I didn't know if I would be able to do all 3 in one shot like that across one goddamn stream, and I was able to do it. All 3 of those got beaten in just over 11 hours. The timing was pretty worked out really well. And I gotta say, I don't know how many other people have beaten Mario Maker 2, 1, and 3DS all in, you know, 12 hours, all in a single sitting, all within a a single day even. And, yeah. I didn't do anything like submit the Mario Maker 2 to like the Mario Maker 2 speedrun.com, but if I did, it would be number 15, so that's fun. As far as 100% goes, it was just a casual playthrough, but it was as fast as I could manage, and apparently as fast as I could manage is number 15 of like 20 of like 18. So that's like 19, including myself, it would be. So I beat like 5 people, 4 people, not that many people, but I don't know. I didn't like I didn't know that I didn't know that hadn't beaten Mario Maker 2 before, and or at least 100% style. There were the levels that I did not know existed. That was fun to realize at the last second. Also, I didn't know that I need to grind coins to unlock the last level, because like I said, I just hadn't fucking done it before. Oh, this is the Wormways, like Silk Song. I've not been keeping 100% track of what I have and haven't gotten. Perhaps I should do. We got a repeating checkpoint, that's nice. Don't get that until you're ready to end. Let's go. Maybe take a quick death here so I can get the helmet back. The helmets, do they respawn? I don't know if the helmets respawn or if that's something we need to worry about. Oh, did I start timer? Duh, no, I didn't. I forgot. Starting a little bit late, and that's apparently thrown my thought process. I forgot. There's not a reason. They do respawn. Okay. Cool. Well, regardless, we'll just take a death there. And oh yeah, right. That we have to. Okay. Noted. Noted how that works. I know how that works now. It's fine. It's good. Anyway, hope y'all had a nice week. Other than outside of SGDQ and all, I had a plenty nice week. And, you know, I'm looking forward to a nice weekend. Got some family stuff, as I usually do this weekend, which will be nice. Haven't seen the folks for a bit. My parents went out of town for a bit. Had a nice beach time apparently last few days. That's nice. This year I have no plans of doing any beach stuff, like I've been saying, like theme park stuff only. Theme park stuff, kind of the focus right now, as far as like, you know, anything I want to do right now. What is this, by the way? What is this mushroom? We're gonna find out once we teleport back. This is no comment for this one. Oh, it's Maple Grove. Maple Grove? Some of these are references to Silk Song. Some of these are not. Hello, Japanese viewer. Thank you for the level. You are in queue. Fantastic. Your only plans right now are go on more hikes. That sounds nice. That sounds healthy. I should get out more as well. Honestly, I should. I really, that'd be a good idea. I'm right there with you. Well, getting out to a theme park is almost as good. You walk almost as much. It's just as hot. And you get to ride on some lovely roller coasters. Depends on the park. The layouts were inspired, but so only felt right to name them by the game. Yeah, but isn't must be slightly different in the actual maple. I don't think there's a maple. That doesn't ring a bell. I could be wrong. I could be wrong there. But, I don't think I am. We already went that way. And we already went this way as well. This is where we saw the map and went, oh yeah, we're good. so we can chill. Should be one more out in the overworld here. Right? No, actually there's 4 and there's 9 total, so it must be 2 and 2. But I think, didn't we only get 1 here? I think we only got 1 here so far, is that right? Theme parks are good, you might go to a local fair. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm lucky insofar as, like, I see a theme park or, like, a local fair that's just like, hey, here's, like, a couple of, like, a wooden coaster or something. I go like, well, I don't know why you would go to that, but the answer is you don't have a Six Flags, like, not even in Over Texas, which, you know, Over Texas is great and all, but it's not, you know, it's not Orlando, it's not SeaWorld, it's not, I don't know if I'd call that major leagues, but it is an order of magnitude even better than a local fair or like a boardwalk theme park, something of that nature. I suppose for many, you know, that's the choice, you know. Either travel for hours and hours, drive in some distance in some direction. I'll say I'm like 40, 50 minutes away from my local park over Texas, so it's not so bad, you know. Yeah, okay, there we go. There's the actually we were missing one in the overworld here. Yeah, I thought we got one in the underworld, so but I wasn't 100% sure, so yeah. Get a doorway back. There we go. Anyway, I'll say, before we really get into stuff, got a bunch of stuff to talk about, as I often do. To run down the whole list, I will say that, I will say this. Got a few things I want to talk about first, such as SGDQ, of course. SGDQ and, that all stuff, and all that. Ooh. SGDQ, gonna be a, first thing, is the first card, I guess. And then I got a few more about, like, some current news. Some shit has been happening since, like, Monday with Xbox. And, well, it feels like, right now, I'll say it feels like every company has been taking it in turns to, have y'all seen the meme image where everyone is shooting themselves in the face? It's been like that. That's accurate. And we'll talk about that pretty soon. Pretty sure soon. You'd go to Six Flags, but it's too expensive? Your friends don't know how to save money? Gotcha. I guess just going on a fairs, you know, they charge by the ride though, so doesn't that add up, like, faster than, you know, it's probably like, what, 60, 70, 80 bucks? Plus a similar amount in parking to go one day to Six. They might have increased prices. Honestly, I'll say it's not that bad, I think, price-wise, but, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do, of course. Okay, we know where we need to go. Six Flags always had the deal for return visits, right? Yeah. No, like if you're going, if you plan on going more than 3 times, just get like the season pass. Thank you, CJ. Thank you for the follow. If you're going like more than 3 times in a year, the season pass, even a premier season pass, is a good value because it adds up to being less, and you get free parking, and you know, every time. So it's pretty sweet. I'm currently, I subscribed for the year because of brand new coaster Tormenta, which, oh, by the way, hey, did y'all hear Tormenta opened this week? Suffice to say, we will talk about that. That's one of the fucking big topics of the week is, yes, I rode Tormenta Rampaging Run over the weekend. It surprise opened a little bit early, and I have photos and thoughts, and yes, I will say that stuff after, I forget if it's after or before the SGDQ talk, but it will be coming up, yes. Look forward to all that. There's also a whole fuck ton of anime that has aired this week. I want to do the thing where I talk about all the new anime that I have tried, and god damn it, there's 30 of them. So we'll be doing them 3 at once around the time the lightning round starts. Let's say, in fact, exactly the time the lightning round starts. Oh, wow. That's gonna be good then. I hope y'all like that sort of thing. If you do, look forward to. If you don't, well, there'll be some stuff about Asha Sharma and Xbox and all that, and you can enjoy that at least. Or a little bit about The Office. You like The Office? Well, not all of The Office, perhaps. I'm yeah, currently in the part of The Office that's bad, so we'll talk about it. Bunch I want to get to tonight, and in between levels, I'll pull a card, and we'll do it in a nice, relaxed manner. I'll say, I think that covers basically everything, super major. Everything I've got, lined up, and, yeah. Get through this level, I think. Oh, shit. Oh, good. Well, looks like you could get through this without, this ride anyway. Maybe. Two more. I'm doing alright. I'll say I have, been sleeping very well recently, which is nice, and, which is very nice, but at the same time, I'm still tired somehow. I don't know how that works, sleeping more than ever, and, still feeling tired. Perhaps I'm just, been always a little bit, perhaps I've always been, you know, perhaps just even when things are, hectic and I barely have enough time to sleep, maybe even then, I'm, sleep deprived and I don't know it, and now I'm sleep deprived and I know it, even though I'm getting good, solid, like, 7, sometimes upwards of 8 hours of sleep, including naps. Wow, that seems like a lot. But still, yet, in the evening, I could use a nap. Go figure. Is it consistent or all over the place? Recently, it's been... I'm staying up late. I'm staying up late pretty consistently. But I did go to sleep, like, at an early time randomly. Like, earlier this week. Like, I went to bed at, like, 2 or 3. And then I got up at, like, 10. Wow. And then I took a nap around 4 p.m. after getting, like, so much sleep. I got a few more hours sleep in the evening. Doesn't make sense. Seemed like, that'd be the time to get the schedule back on track, but instead, nah, no, just, it's fine, it's cool. That's all, the important thing is that I'm doing alright, and, feeling good, feeling alright, feeling, solid, I guess. I bet this is one of the places. Nope, just a 10 coin. Okay. Well, hang on. What about up here? Also a 10 coin. Okay, I lost my Yoshi there. Timer is up. Here is the second to last red coin. As a note, we already know where one of them is, but we need to hold until we get checkpoint, or not checkpoint, until we get all of them, so that we don't waste it. I'll end the timer there and put up the lives. I don't think we should restart. Still have enough time, and... Well, actually, I think it's probably going to be in the top area, isn't it? Which was the yellow pipe, so... Yeah, let's just reset our crap, and then, yeah. I am feeling maybe a little bit stir crazy. A little bit stir crazy. Could stand to do more things. Could stand to have some more, like, stuff to get up to, or, in addition to, like, fun streams and things of that nature. Mind you, I enjoy very much every, you know, every stream as they happen, and there's, like I said, there's been some good ones lately. The last few have been fun. On the Saturday stream last week, and a big massive raid, biggest raid seen in years. And I don't know if y'all, I'll say, Panga. You know, y'all know Panga from like Kaizo ROM hack fame. Raided this channel here. Wow, that was hell of a thing. Biggest raid I think I've seen in like 3-4 years, basically. Around 300 folks. Huge. Massive. Love to see that. Love to see that. Wish that, you know, it would be rad if that was always just constantly happening. Wouldn't that be nice? You know, that's that sort of thing. It's once in a blue moon. You know, it's great. Who knows when that sort of thing could happen again. You were really tired last week, you dozed through that bit. Gotcha. Where the hell was it was the pipe that led to the top half of the thing? The green, I think, led to Midland. Middle of it. I think it was somewhere in Mushroom Town. There it is. Bah. Ah. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I don't know if low or high. I guess this is very Wormways-y. Yeah, we were here before, weren't we? We got the Shelmets. And then we... Yeah. Run through there. I can't get up there. Unless... No, well, that wouldn't work anyway. Okay. We'll just, that'll be the first life. We know where we're going. We have all the time in the world. Let's do it. Ah! Gotta be somewhere in the Wormways. And we will find it. And that'll be the first level. Whoop! I feel like it's not so much a matter of, like, amount of sleep and just, like, sleep time. I've been sleeping a lot in the evenings, in the afternoons, in the daytime. And as a result, I'm mildly tired even at, like, 8 p.m. And a good deal less tired in the mornings, in the night, deep night. Which I'll say is a problem insofar as, like, yeah, even, you know, when you're awake at night, that doesn't, like, magically make night into the time for doing stuff. Instead, it just means that you look at the clock and go like, oh, you know, this is probably not the time to start anything, and then you don't start anything, and then nothing gets started. You know, logically, it's kind of a problem. Kind of just like a sort of a confluence, I guess would be the word, of, like, bad timing. And, I'm sure you can get into the mindset of, like, okay, this is my daytime from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. This is, or maybe not that, that's like wind down time, really. Or if I'm really behind on anime, the time for watching as many of the anime shows as I can. Guess it's worth noting with, like I said, there were a bunch of streams on, we got all the coins, by the way, so I just need to find the way to the end and, turn in, and we will do that in a minute. I guess I will say that this week has been kind of weirdly hectic insofar as just, you know, having a bunch of shows that I wanted to watch and catch up on, which I had to catch up on because on Saturday I did a 11-hour stream, and then on Sunday I ran off to Six Flags Over Texas unexpectedly and had to do, I say had to, decided to prioritize seeing Tormenta that day rather than watching anime, so I was like really behind, and just like every night going like, okay, well, I'm just gonna watch like 11 new shows tonight, and now it's 5 a.m. And then I said, okay, well, I just caught up with the Saturday shows, and it's Sunday, so now I need to go to bed, and tomorrow, Monday, I'll do the Sunday shows, and I did those, and I'm still behind on the Monday shows then, and it wasn't until like Tuesday that I actually got up, caught up, and like able to get some sleep and shit. And be able to just go to bed rather than get productive with it. I will say I also made sure to spend a good amount of time this week doing productive stuff. No, I did not bring my car to the shop to get its inspection. I did not find time for that. Need to soon. Said I was going to on on Monday's stream. Did not, so that's something I still need to do. And I will do in the future. Near future. One of these days. Alright. That's a level. Good shit. 06i. I liked it. Countess Timpani is up next. Countess Timpani just said, oh, snap. So Countess Timpani is here. Excellent. Let's pull a card. Talking a bit about the stuff we'll talk about tonight. Let's start talking about the things that we'll talk about tonight. Starting off with, that's right, I rode Tormenta Rampaging Run at Six Flags Over Texas. Like I said, it, during that last bit. Tormenta, the Six Flags Over Texas newest coaster, opened up the other day. It opened up officially yesterday, but for pass holders and members, of which I am one currently, because, well, I want to go to Cedar Point this year, and it makes more sense to get a season subscription for that. And also, since Tormenta is opening, I figured, okay, well, you know, I probably will want to go ride that multiple times throughout the year, right? It's a brand new coaster, and not to dilly, let's just say, yeah, it's pretty good. If you didn't hear about it, if you don't know what it is, if you don't know what Six Flags Over Texas is, Six Flags Over Texas is my local park. It's like 40-50 minutes away from me. And on Sunday I slept the fuck in until like 4 p.m. And after watching 100 Girlfriends, which, by the way, wow, fucking great season premiere. Ooh, that's good shit. After watching that, I decided I should eat something, and I put on some YouTube to watch while I ate. And the YouTube video I put on was basically saying like, hey, pass hold previews have started. And then I said, oh shit. And instead of eating, then I said, okay, well, I can jump in my car right now, and I can get there around 7. And I jumped in my car, and I got there around 7. Tormenta is a, and I had like 3 hours at the park. It was just enough, you know, just fine. Didn't need any more, honestly. Tormenta is the world's tallest dive coaster, I believe, at 309 feet. It has a nearly 300-foot drop. It is the fastest dive coaster that exists at like 87 miles an hour. Has the highest Immelman inversion and the tallest vertical coaster loop. I think there are some taller other inversions that exist in the world, but it's worth noting, as far as American inversions go, those two are the highest ones that exist. No other American inversion is over 200 feet. I checked, so that's a fun stat for y'all, so fun fact. It is also the longest dive coaster in the world, so it breaks many records. It's pretty cool, and yeah, let's show some actual photos. So I arrive like 7 p.m. Central, running in, and I'm looking. I don't know if it's running today. The video I think was of like the previous 2 days, 4th of July, day before 4th of July. I'm walking and I see a coaster. I'm walking up and I'm looking at it. I'm taking pictures as I go, and I see it, I see that it's running. I see that the car's on top, that it's about to go down. And I go, okay, excellent, good. I run in, get more pictures as I go. It's in the remodeled Spain area, which let's start by maybe looking a bit at the new Spain area. There's like a bull up front. There's some like work walls themed to like Spanish houses, Spanish like Madrid or something. I don't know. There's some nice water stuff and a lovely Puebla. Is Puebla Spanish or is that Mexican? I don't know, but that's sort of what it looks like to me. Style entry building, and that's also how the queue is. It's pretty lovely. It's a good queue. It's not very exciting, interesting, but there are some good fans and some good shade. So, those two things, real lovely. And also, you have to use a locker. I will say, not to put too fine a point of it, I don't know that locker talk is what people are looking for, but I did find these lockers to be somewhat annoying. You have to put in a password and think of like a 7-digit number to like find your locker number if you forget it, and also another number that's your actual password number, which is kind of annoying when you've seen plenty of I've seen plenty of like locker systems where it's like you scan your ticket or you get like a barcode from the person or whatever like that, or like you use facial recognition. Those lockers are way better. They cheaped out a little bit on these ones, and they're a little bit of a pain in the ass. You gotta remember, like, okay, I was 2014, okay, and I put in my yeah, I'm gonna put in this. There we go, 4-digit whatever. Yeah, not my favorite kind of locker. In case you can't tell, you might have seen the previous photos of it. Let me just say, these are big carts. These are big vehicles. They fit like 8 people across, and they have 3 rows each. They're big mama jamas, and there's a lot of people on each vehicle. So keep that in mind when you see it from the ground view. Basically, you go up to the 300-foot drop, and then you're hung over it. And remember, that vehicle is really big. There's like this 8 times 3. There's like 24 people on that thing, assuming it's fully loaded, which it probably is, most likely right now, at least while it's newly open. So you go off the nearly 300-foot drop. You go into this big-ass Immelman, which I think basically just means it's an inversion, where at the other end you go the other way. You go into this massive loop, which is, again, biggest vertical loop in the world, apparently. I don't know if it's... I don't know if that's how true that is, or if it's just American loops, or... I think there's one opening in the Middle East that is, in, like, Saudi Arabia or something that's about to, like, eclipse it by a good notion, but it is one of the biggest in the world, for sure. Then you get this, there's another view of the vertical loop. Then you go into this nice turnaround, which takes you into the brake run, which, I do not have any pictures of the, and then it goes into the second half, which is also just a bunch of, like, closer to the ground loops and inversions, which, I'll say, like, those look small. It is worth noting that, like, that second drop is around, like, 150 feet high, so it's, like, basically comparable with, the only other dive coaster I've been on is, Dr. Diabolical's, Cliffhanger, which was, itself, 150 feet tall, so the second drop here is as tall as, like, a regular dive coaster is, basically, and, it's perfectly fine, the second half. The second half, I would say, I was definitely reminded a little bit of just, like, the second half of the Hulk at Universal. Just like, okay, it's just a bunch of, like, quick little inversions, and soon enough you're done, You go through, like, 2, maybe 3 more flipperoonies, and then you're into the brake run, which, this down, and then, yeah. And then, there's also not as many places where you can take photos of the second half of the ride, so please excuse my lack of photos of the second half of the ride. It goes into this brake run, which is pretty weird. Let me say, like, the brake run here I found to be very unusual insofar as it's, like, oddly herky-jerky. I'll say, there was some concern going into this ride's opening that apparently B&M, I think, is who does the image there say? No, but I think it's B&M. Apparently, the manufacturer of this ride has had some issues with previous dives where they've been really rough and shaky and stuff, and this wasn't super rough and shaky, generally. Maybe a little bit, but, like, not problematically. It wasn't, like, a problem, at least I didn't find it, and I've been hearing the people who were saying, like, who were worried about that, saying, like, yeah, it's not as bad as other ones. It's not as bad as other B&M, so that's really nice. Here's the weird thing about this brake run, though. It starts and stops multiple times as you're, like, going down. It, like, you start moving, and then you stop dead cold, and then you start going, and stop dead cold. It's, like, really herky-jerky of a brake run. Very unusual. And, you know, I'll say, people know how to do brake runs now. They're usually not that herky-jerky. It's kind of funny insofar as I think that it's intentional. I think it's supposed to be like Tormenta is themed to the running of the bulls, basically. Is basically themed to, like, a bull run. So I think it's supposed to be like a bucking bronco situation where it's just like, you know, it's like, trying to be rough with you a little bit. So, yeah, that's, I think that about covers the ride there. And, yeah, thoughts about it. Overall thoughts. That's how it was. That's the layout. That's, like, the elements. Big goddamn elements. What did I think about it? It's solid. I enjoyed it. The couple of big elements up top, biggest in the world inversions, that first half of the ride is really good. Those couple of big inversions are real fucking solid, and you know, like I said, they're kind of unique. They're not that common. I've never been in a loop that big, and for that, I think it's great. The second half is perfectly good as well, with a bunch of, like, you know, I compared it to, like, the second half of, like, the Hulk, which is a perfectly good second half of ride. It's solid. It goes really fast. It's not too rough, not too weird, and just a good time. I said on Monday, because I had ridden it on Monday, I said, you know, would I recommend people travel to it? You know, as someone who's local, I didn't have to travel. I just had to drive 40, 50 minutes roundabout, depending on traffic and all that. And I would say, well, where is it ranked in the overall park? Personally, I'd say, like, well, I don't think it's as good as Mr. Freeze. I think Mr. Freeze, on a good day, is a ride I like more. But I would say I think it's better than New Texas Shine. I think I would put it over New Texas Shine. I would put them both at the same level, and it's definitely top 3 for the park, and a park that already has a lot of solid ass attractions, and you know, is perfectly good for a day. I do think that it fleshes out the lineup of Six Flags Over Texas nicely and makes it a park that I could see spending a whole day at someday. Not that day. I'll say, you know, I didn't I'll talk about the rest of my Six Flags day, but, you know, I arrived at like 7 p.m., so I didn't have a full day or nothing. And I didn't go back yesterday to get more time on it or nothing, but yeah, it was a good time, and I quite liked it. I'm glad to have finally ridden it. Here, let's go. Let's do this. I'll say I got more. Like I said, I gotta tell you, I got more like general Six Flags thoughts. I can tell you about the rest of my day at Six Flags, and also I have one more theme park related, you know, one more thing to talk about related to that ride, but for now, let's enjoy the level and get it done. Let's play. Let's get back to the Mario Maker. Tormenta's pretty good. Tormenta, Six Flags Over Texas, it's pretty good. How about that? How about I just say that for now? Would I say it's one of my top 10 favorite coasters in the world? Probably not. I don't know it's quite that echelon, but it's one of the best at my local park. And for that, you know, I'll say, like, it'll be a ride that I will always make sure to ride. Oh, the wait times. It was 20 minutes. Keep in mind, on the preview day, it was just members and pass holders. So just people who have year-long Six Flags Over Texas access or Six Flags in general access. So it was a limited amount of folks, but it was like 20 minutes the first time, and when I rode it the second time at night, it was like more like 10-15. So it was pretty. The waits were not bad, but again, it was preview days. I don't know how bad they were faring today or yesterday, and since they're open to general public, I hope they're being slammed, because if it's not being slammed now, when will it ever be slammed? This is the time to slam. You know, this is the time for that ride to get slammed, but, blah. You're not getting any more Switch games until you get your, Switch games until you actually get your Nintendo Switch backlog? That's a good idea. I'll say, like, currently, I feel like I'm more in the state of just like, I'm waiting for new games. I'm not really playing that much currently, and I would like there to be a new game for me to play right about now. And we'll talk about that later, you know, after Six Flags talk. I always plan out everything that I want to talk about. This is really cool, by the way. I like how this is all coming together. Good opportunity to play some retro games on stream. Some are coming. Well, actually, more non-retro games are coming. More games coming out that I want to play for the first time this month. But hey, who knows, next month. Plenty of, I don't think there's any games coming out next month that I particularly care about. I like the way this all times out, and it's pretty natural. Blah! This time, for sure. This time, for sure. How close are we? Are we close? Are we getting there? Not this run. Next run. You've been playing your 3DS so much recently, you haven't had time for new games? Wow. You're still at the prologue of TTYD Remake? Gotcha. This is it. This is the time. Look at this lovely level. I can't see this ending poorly this time. We know what we're doing. And we'll definitely have it next time. Been a slow couple weeks. I think. Been a slow month. Been a slow year. I feel like, personally. Though, maybe just a lot of that is because situations, which I've talked about too much already in recent times. I want every, I'll say, like, it's been kind of slow going. There's a reason I haven't had... There we go! Alright. Alright. Gotta, like, land. Ah! Midway through. And then also jump. I wonder, we had, like, 10 seconds left there. We were probably almost done. That was probably almost it. There's been a reason why I haven't had that much to do recently. And, That reason is very similar to the reasons that are facing many former employees of Xbox right now, of various Xbox studios. And I wish them the best, I wish us all the best, insofar as, the future. Things seem real fucked out there, and, it doesn't really, I don't, you know, as inescapable as talking about, like, the Xbox news in particular is, I don't necessarily want to talk about, like, don't want to, like, linger on all the negativity of that too much every week, every stream. That's, madness. That's, depressing. And that's, not fun. And I'll say, you know, it's more fun to think about Tormenta and, things of that nature. And other attractions opening at other parks, probably. All around the world, wow. The only one that looks like you're climbing to outer space. Is that what it looks like? I guess the sky is just becoming more dark and more like, well, I'll say it, in a lot of, like, the other game styles, night just looks like outer space to begin with, so jot that down. It's only in this one where you start out on a planet. Only on New U. And also, or New U and 3D World. This is obviously 3D World, not New U. Blah! I'm relaxing. I'm focusing. I'm long jumping. If the title of this stream probably wasn't already, of the VOD, probably wasn't going to already be Tormenta related, which, yeah, I do think that's like the headline of the week. That's like the thing that I, low-key will put in the VOD name. It's the only week where Tormenta is opening, you know? Only week where I've ridden Tormenta for the first time, ever. I'm relaxed, I'm focused, I'm long jumping. Is not a bad VOD title. It's not bad at all. I'm sure I can always find something that I said that would make a good VOD title. There's always something. I'm always saying things. That's part of the that's part of streaming, you know. You gotta always say things. Ideally new things. Different things. This is it. Long jump, long jump, long jump, regular jump. Regular jump, regular jump, regular jump, long jump, regular jump, regular jump, regular jump, regular jump, wall jump, regular jump, ball, regular jump, wall, long, regular, long, regular, 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 log, regular, wall, log, regular, regular. It was supposed to be a long jump there. Oh! For some reason, shouting out everything that I was doing makes it all the more draining after death. Ooh. Ah. Okay. Long, regular, long, regular, long, regular. Oh, pipe! Fall, jump! Log! Ja! Okay. We're making progress, folks. Good, solid progress. I think we got it. If not in the next minute and a half, then definitely in our last tries. But we'll see. Yeah, indeed. Ah, maybe, perhaps. Long. Take a drink of my water. Okay. The current level is that one. There's also the code at the bottom of the screen. You can always just find it using the code at the bottom of the screen, but do whatever you want to do. Ooh. Wall jump. You always gotta hydrate, no matter what you're doing. There's no getting away from hydration. But yeah, I needed that. Really did. The yelling, I think, was like the main culprit. The rising pitch, the fury, the timer is up. Maybe we won't need 5 last tries. Let's do it. Another streamer is playing this level, probably because Countess Timpani submitted it to another streamer as well. That's cool. That happens. Occupational hazard. I say occupational. When you're a Twitch... 4 tries. Hazard of being a Twitch streamer, a viewer level Mario Maker streamer. Not quite the same as an occupation. Not at this time, anyway, I would say. Though I appreciate the support. Any support, whenever, and, etc., when it comes in. It is, very helpful. Ah, damn it! Very helpful. Any support. All supports. Really, means a lot to me. Subscribers and things of that nature. Yes. I'd like it if it could be more occupation coded. But, you know, not if I want to live and eat and live a place, you know. Not yet. Maybe. I'd like that. 2 tries. 2 tries left. That's not very many. This is looking really good. Hype! We made it here again. Fall, jump, long jump, long jump, long jump, long jump! Long jump, big jump! Ah! Time's up! What do you... Sub incentive, you want to refresh right now? Oh shit. We got a refresh from Chard. Our lives are getting refreshed. We have more tries, in other words. We have more tries. Let's do it. Another 7. Another 7. I thought we were going pretty damn fast, but barely we need to save a second. Somewhere. Okay! It was close! I agree! I don't know how much closer we can get. See what we can do. With the remaining 6 tries. And it's an auto-scroller, so you can only go so much faster. You can only go so much faster. But that so much faster is a little bit faster, so... yeah. Fuck. Okay. We'll see if we can do this in these remaining tries. Fucking! We will see! Answer might be no. I'll admit. Answer might be no. We'll see. It's all down to these. You can always resubmit it, though. Quite possibly, by the time you're up next time, it'll probably be lightning round. So you know, we'll see what we can do during lightning round. I mean, clear rate's like 1%. We'll have 7 tries. We'll see what we can do. Fuck. That was the run. And now it's not the run anymore. Is this the run? You're getting ready to say thanks for playing? Hey, you know. Yes. You're welcome. You're welcome for playing. One more try left. One more try left. I got a good feeling about this one. A really good feeling. Nope. Okay. That was not the run. Good shit, Countess Timpani. That level seems very fair. That level seems fairer than your average Countess Timpani level, but still, it's rather difficult, isn't it? Still rather difficult, I would say. We'll see more of it later if you care to submit it, though. You know, you submit whatever you want to, and I'll play it as it comes. Hit and dismiss. Yes. Chard is up next. Go ahead and, Chard was just talking during that whole level. Very good, very good. Let me say also, I had a very nice, short day at Six Flags Over Texas. Otherwise, outside of the two rides of Tormenta. So yeah, after Tormenta, Rampaging Run, which I will say again, pretty good, pretty solid. I liked it. Top 3 at the park, for sure, at my local, Six Flags park. I will say, I think, though, in general, the rest of my Six Flags day kind of felt like more of the reason why I would consider Six Flags to be a fun park to visit, but not exactly one where I would anchor a vacation on it, you know? Like, I could see it as part of a overall, like, you know, you're going to Six Flags Over Texas, you're going to Coda Land, and maybe Fiesta Texas as well. Maybe like a whole Texas-based trip where you hit up a bunch of the Texas parks in one week or so. But after riding it, I went to try to get food, and I tried a few places. Like, I went to a taco shop, but they were out of tacos, like at least beef tacos. And then I went by this churro stand that was closed. And I'll say that's sort of a thing with Six Flags Over Texas and my recent trips, my recent visits there. Just, yeah, no, half the time it seems like a lot of their little stores are just closed for no reason. They're not operating all their stuff every day, even on the day after July 4th, even on a Sunday. You would think that the churro stand would be open on a Sunday. That's the weekend and all, especially the Sunday where they have a new ride open for members, drawing members into the park, but it they had half their stuff running and half their like food shops running, and even then the ones that were open were like $20 for chicken what's the word, chicken tendies. A churro is like a it's like a, how do you describe it, a pastry. It's like a pastry rod. Sort of looks a little bit like a Twizzler, but giant. And it's made of dough, and it's covered in, like, cinnamon or sugar. And sugar, I would imagine. Both of them. Is it $10 for one churro? Is that what the image says? I don't know. I didn't look at the prices, really, because I just saw, like, oh, they're fucking closed. I can't fucking get one. It probably is, like, $10 for one churro. It was $20 for, like, a couple of chicken fingers, and I saw that. And keep in mind, like I said, I just ran out the Six Flags without eating, so, you know, I was hungry, and I was hungry the whole day. And eventually, after when I left, I stopped by Whataburger and I got a burger on the way home, and that's how I ate that day. They were open until 10, which was nice because I showed up at 11, thinking, or at 7. Thinking like, oh, I'd have 2 hours, and instead I had 3, which was plenty to ride a few rides and then go home. I rode Pandemonium, which had no waits, and then I also rode Runaway Mine Train, New Texas Giant, and Titan, but didn't take any photos because I went there a few weeks ago and took photos that time. It's their Runaway Mine Train is a funny little tubular ride from 60 years ago, which is fun and quaint. New Texas Giant is the first RMC that ever RMC'd, and it's pretty solid, very fun, lots of airtime. I guess it has like a bunch of hills and stuff, and has a fun layout of really fun, nice layout that doesn't quite hit the heights of later RMC, really, but especially because it doesn't have like inversions and stuff, but it's still a pretty good, solid time. And Titan, which is just a very good Giga, which with good forces, and it's a fun time. And there's basically no wait for Titan, Runaway Mine Train, or even Pandemonium. All of them were basically walk-ons, except for New Texas Giant, which was like 20 minutes. Which I'll say, like, just for how Six Flags Over Texas is doing, consider that this is a day where they are drawing members to the park to get a ride on the new coaster. And even on a day like that, every other ride in the park, even on a Sunday, weekend, even on that sort of day, there's no lines for anything. Just none whatsoever. And, well, that's nice, because I enjoyed riding all those rides. I think that, by the way, I would have rode Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze is the best ride in the park, but it was closed because Mr. Freeze is a technical nightmare that has real maintenance issues. They're only running one train of it right now, and also I think it has a propensity to stall, and when it stalls they have to like take it apart basically to like get the train back, and that takes like a whole day. It's kind of a disaster when it happens. So yeah, you know, basically I rode a handful of things that were really short waits. It was hot and muggy and kind of terrible out there. I wish I had thought to bring my I didn't grab my my neck fan thing that I sometimes have before leaving the house. I wish I had done, but yeah, it was just fine. Everything else was fun, and you know, I'll say, like, if you're going there for the first time, do ride everything. There's a lot of good rides and good solid rides, and I hope that Shockwave will be among them. Apparently, Shockwave hasn't opened in like all year, in like months and months. When I was there last time, it was closed, and it was still closed the other day, which is a shame because Shockwave is good and solid, but I don't. Apparently, the people who made them are long gone. Who made that ride are long gone, so it's probably going to get tore down and be like, you know, another new ride eventually. I'll say, like, hey, put a new ride there, and that'd be really cool. But, I don't know. I like Shockwave a lot, and I think it's, real nice. Ride Shockwave, ride Mr. Freeze, ride all the little rides and the weird rides. Everything that's not it has like a good dozen or so roller coasters, and each of them is worth riding at least once. I didn't do Runaway Mine Train. Maybe I should have done Runaway Mine Train, but by the time I was done with Titan, it was like 9:30, and I was like, okay, one more ride on New Texas, on Tormenta, and then home. Get out of here, you know. There's Batman the ride is perfectly fine. There's a bunch of those everywhere. I'll say with Six Flags, I feel like there's a lot of rides there I'm happy not riding every time, just on occasion. Like the one that's indoors. Like, honestly, like half the rides there. But I had a lovely day. What can I say? And 3 hours is kind of enough for over Texas for me, even with brand new coaster. Let's do this. The lines at yours are nightmares. Well, it can also depend on operations, you know, whether they're like loading people fast, whether they're running with multiple trains. I'll say it's possible they were just like, you know, taking the. It's possible that they were running at full tilt, given that they had the thing, given that they given that they had the new coaster, and they didn't not maybe they were intentionally making it so that nothing had a line, but also at the same time I think just it wasn't that busy, even with people coming in to ride the thing. Currently, I have no plans on having another day. There's so many parking spaces. Well, I have the season pass, so I have free preferred parking. I get to parking the nearby parking spaces, which is nice. And it's just like $14 a month. Honestly, a pretty good deal to get that. Pretty good deal. Not bad at all. And yeah, parking was not a problem. The lines were short. Even Tormenta, like I said, just like 20-minute line the first time, and then the second time more like maybe 12. Maybe like a good portion of that was checking in the locker, you know? Maybe that adds another 5-10, just like hitting the fucking buttons to get the locker queued up. I'll say, like, I do feel like I could go with some more theme park days, but at this point, I'm not necessarily looking to go back to Six Flags Over Texas this summer, you know? Like, well, honestly, I could go for a day at the water park, maybe. Even then, the water park's not so great. I went there because I had the season pass and all. I went there, and I had to pay for a locker to lock up my stuff. So it's not exactly as free as the theme park is. And also, it thundered apparently nearby, and then everything closed, and then I left. I have not beat Hisses and Honey, but I have made progress on Hisses and Honey. Rock hasn't, don't think Rock has submitted it tonight. Rock is, maybe Rock's busy. It is later than usual. And, maybe also watching, more SGDQ could be no big deal. It's cool, you know, SGDQ is a good time. If I was not a streamer, if I was not streaming, I would probably be watching SGDQ right now. They're doing some Resident Evil right now. I don't know necessarily that'd be a run that I'd be super interested in, but I'd at least be trying to catch up on what I didn't watch this week. If not for the stream, I probably would be like watching that watching the VOD of Sunshine. Not Sunshine, Wind Waker. Both like water games. So I sometimes conflate the two on GameCube. Blue. watching the Sunshine, the Wind Waker randomizer run. Kind of interested in that. Because, you know, I love Wind Waker randomizer, and I've done it a couple times myself. 3 times, in fact. I saw that Linkus apparently the other day did a 100%. I say did, I don't know if he completed it, but I saw the other day that Linkus was doing the 100% as well, that I did like last month or 2 ago with the rupee checks and everything, which was kind of amusing to me. Of like, oh, I beat Linkus to the punch there. Huh? What the hell? I would have thought he would be like day 1 on that shit, on the rupee checks randomization, but still, it's cool. He's like the biggest, one of the biggest Wind Waker speedrunners. Very popular, extremely popular. Orders of magnitude popular than like, you know, me, obviously. One of the most popular speedrunners? Is that true? I think that's true. I think that he's right up there with like Spike Vegeta and, you know... I think he's up there with Spike Vegeta. He is, right? He's pretty, and like anyone who does like, you know what, off the top of my head, I don't recall if he's, like, on a lot of couches. If he's, like, you know, brought out in the same way that, like, Spike Vegeta is at, like, comes out during a lot of GDQ runs, you know. But, honestly, like, I don't know if he's going, or if he always goes to GDQ. Some speedrunners don't. Seems odd to me, but, you know, hey, we all have our own things going on. Makes sense. For those uninitiated, I need to depower here. I know this. Then I need to come up here. Then I need to... Okay. Pull back. We've gotten here a few times. This is big. This is great. This is the progress we need. I think in this case, what we need to do is, like, hit the on-off here, and then drop down. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Do we want to go behind there or in front? What's the way? What's the best practice? What's the safest? Should have thought, should have pondered that before that all happened. Bleh. Blah. Okay. I will say, as far as, like, other theme parks things go, I haven't planned, I haven't, committed to, Cedar Point yet. I do want to do that. I do have a wild hair as far as just, like, you know, I think it'd be cool to do a, shit. I think that guy's just dead. I can depower over here. I'm still in it. I'm still in it. You went both ways while clear checking. That's interesting. God damn it. Okay, I don't think I can do anything with don't think I can do anything here. Unless I got back into that door and reset the room. So both ways will work. It doesn't do whichever way feels more natural to you, I suppose. Duh! Damn it. Well, the swamp is alive, and if I go back and forth, he will respawn. But that's contingent on me surviving. Would that work? Was there something that would prevent that from being foolproof? Momentum there was weird. Did y'all see that? Some weird momentum for a second. These guys, you know, sometimes they can be a little bit screwy. Just a little bit screwy. Okay. Okay. It's all good. It's all what we wanted. I'm really low. I need to get to the door. And okay, the door will reset me. Now I have the spring. I don't want to steal his spring. I need to use his spring. So I'll throw his spring away so that he will have his spring. Okay, good. I don't have an indicator anymore. So that's nice. This does not give enough height, if you're wondering. Does not give enough height to, like, get to spike block. Let's try backside next time we get there, maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Have to get there first. We have a minute left. It's about to be last tries. Let me say I got one more card related to the theme parks and stuff. I'll say I do have a wild hair to maybe go to Frontier City. Let me say that. I have a wild hair to go to Frontier City. It's probably like, what, a 4-hour, 5-hour drive? Maybe like a 3-hour drive up Oklahoma way. Not that far compared to like other theme parks I could go to. And it's included in the season pass that I have, so I could do a trip there. My understanding is they have like 3-4 coasters, and they're not really the best in the world. They're like, okay, but at least would be fun for a couple hours. And then I could drive home before it gets too late. It'd be fine. Front works, but it's fast-paced and risky. Gotcha. Oh yeah, maybe we go, maybe we go back. Backside. 5 tries. This still has no clears, doesn't it? This is still, bleh. I think this is still uncleared. Correct? Yes, no one has cleared it yet. So bear that in mind. If you want to... Blah, what is that? That was foolish. That's not what I wanted to do. If you want to prove that it can be done, sure, go ahead. It's waiting for you. The field is open, and I don't know if anyone is currently doing better than me. If anyone else has made this level of progress and given up, quite possible. Yep. Thank you for submitting, Shard. We did not do it this time. Let me take a quick drink of my water, and then yeah, we'll mosey on to the next person. It's possible. At this rate, no one's done it yet. Let me hit this miss. And the next one up is Barnstormer. Go ahead and confirm Barnstormer. You know what to do. Barnstormer says, Compost Salute is what that emote is called. Interesting. It's an emote of Lemmy or Ludwig. Koopa doing a salute. Nice, nice. Okay. Card. Are y'all into dive coasters? You know, I don't know if they're my thing. Earlier, in general tonight, I've been talking a bunch about Tormenta. Been talking a bunch tonight about Tormenta Rampaging Run and how I thought it was pretty good. And I do think it's pretty good. But I'll also say, I feel like other people maybe have a more positive opinion on it or a little more jazzed by it, and that might just be because I don't know if I really care for the format of dive coaster. And I say that having only ridden one other one before, the one at Six Flags over Fiesta Texas, the one at Six Flags Fiesta Texas, Dr. Diabolical's dastardly drop. Diabolical drop. Here's the thing I think that was kind of disappointing about that ride in particular, which is that when you get right down to it, the big thing that dive coasters do as far as their big gimmick is they get you up to the top and then they hold you over the cliff, over the drop, and go like, ooh, 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 oh, get ready. And I think for me, that doesn't scare me so much, especially in the case of Dr. Diabolical, where with its like 150-foot drop, which is not that much. You know, that's not, that's like slightly shorter than the top hat on Velocicoaster, which is a coaster that I've ridden a bunch of times, and I am not scared of in any way, shape, or form. I think that might be the thing that sort of limits my enjoyment of a drop coaster. Just like, yeah, no, the drop itself, the main gimmick, doesn't do that much for me. It's not as exciting as a launch is. A launch is better, it goes faster, and keeps you moving. It's exciting. I prefer a launch to a drop anytime. I prefer a launch to a lift hill anytime. And when you get right down to it, a lot of the other launch coaster, the other drop coaster I've ridden, its drop is not that scary, was not that scary, and that's why I was kind of middling on it. I think I gave it like I considered it like a B tier coaster. That said, I do think the thing that you could say about Rampaging Run, Tormenta in particular, is that it actually does have a genuinely high drop. You know, it actually does have a 300-foot, nearly 300-foot drop, and that's not bad. If your gimmick is going to be, ooh, check it out, be scared of our drop, it better be around 300 feet tall. And, you know, this is the first one. This is the first dive coaster that's ever been a giga. You know, that's ever been 300 foot tall, so jot that down as far as like, yeah, no, they've always been medium height coasters which are trying to scare you with their medium height drop. That seems weird. A thing that's great about Tormenta is, like, even the mid-course is 150, so, like, the mid-course drop on Tormenta is the height of a normal drop on a regular drop coaster, which is interesting, I think. I think that's interesting, and I do think it makes it a lot more solid than it otherwise would be if it was just, like, normal height or something. I definitely think that, as a format, I think drop coasters can be a little weak and a little bit dependent on that drop, and otherwise just having like, oh, here's a handful of pretty good inversions, and nothing else. You know, we're not going to have like a switch track or like a, you know, like a backward spike or like a drop track or a tilt track. Tilt track actually might be the... I haven't never ridden a tilt track yet, but actually, tilt track might be the better version of a drop coaster, a tilt coaster, which is where they get you on track and then the track itself tilts vertical rather than just stopping you at the top of the thing. I think that it can be a little dry if the drop doesn't do it for you, and the drops don't do it for me. But I'll say, at the very least, Tormenta has a big drop, goes fast, and has great inversions. And for that, for me, it makes it a pretty solid, pretty good ride. Pretty damn good. I'll say it's pretty damn good. Let me say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna upgrade it. Pretty damn good. It's like an A+ in my books. Maybe as high as an S. I think New Texas Giant is also an A+, and I would give Mr. Freeze an S. Those would be how I would tier list those particular attractions of Six Flags Over Texas. So it's pretty damn good. I'll say that. Pretty damn good. All right. We had a late start tonight. We started around 8, and it's been about an hour since then. Probably lightning round. I'll say the lightning round's going to start when we get through all these non-anime cards, of which there's actually several more. We haven't talked about, there's the SGDQ card, as well as the Office card, and a couple more related to all the big fucking stories fucking recently. There's been a bunch of fucking stories recently that I will be talking about. As you do. Let's play this level, though. This will be a nice short one. We'll talk about SGDQ real fast. Not that we haven't. We've... This is just learning the song, isn't it? Wait. This is Zora's Domain, and it's frozen, so we're just coming by and saying hello. And it's not much of a challenge unless we were to be, like, pegged with one of these snowballs that the dudes are throwing, at which point we would be knocked into the thing. Is this the river on the way up to Zora's Domain, or is this Zora's Domain itself? I think this is Zora's Domain itself. I think that's what it's representing, here. Good version of the music. Accurate as shit. You think there'll be like kind of a hybrid? Gotcha. Yeah, so maybe the inside portions are the inside portions, and here will be the inside portions. The other portions will be the outside portions. You think they'll have like complete remixes of all the music in Ocarina of Time remake? They will do, of course. Wonder how that'll be. Do you think they put it up on, like, Nintendo Music? Do you think that it is good enough where... there's definitely going to be YouTube channels, and no matter how good it is, that just do, like, playlists of the whole Ocarina soundtrack for 10 hours, you know, no sound effects. That is just a thing that happens right now, and I bet they make a good amount. We have the Oat remake at home. This is similar to the Oat remake. It is a rendition. I would describe this as a rendition. Yeah, I think it'll definitely be orchestral. I would be surprised if they did not spring for orchestration for Ocarina of Time. I mean, like, honestly, with production, I wouldn't be surprised if they literally... Hey, do you think that Ocarina of Time remake is going to be, like, fully voice acted? Do you think, like, every line of dialogue, they're going to have voices for everything? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Why not? Other than, maybe it would be, maybe you don't actually want that. Maybe you actually don't want that. But, I wouldn't be surprised if they sprung for it. Could be cool. Could be cool. It's now the Japanese viewer. Japanese viewer, please, yeah, they already showed narration, so there's already talking, there's already voice acting in the game, but the question is, how much? When you go to the shopkeeper, the shopkeeper will be like, step right up, go ahead. Oh, you got a note from the princess. Okay, I'll give you my special deal. Is he going to have a voice actor? Is Raru going to? Probably Raru. You think probably not our NPCs? I think NPCs stand a good chance. It's one of the biggest games of all time. They could spring for NPC voice acting. I don't know. That seems... Ingo will be voiced by Waluigi. That's what it'll sound like, yeah. Those guys are in the main story. Or at least the daughter is. The daughter is. It'd be weird if the daughter sometimes had voice acting, but sometimes did. I think they should just do it across the board. Every line is voice acted. Hey, I have been watching SGDQ, by the way, here and there. That's right. I will say I haven't caught every run, and literally, when it came to the first run... did I hit next, by the way? I didn't. Hang on. There we go. The Japanese viewer, please confirm for me. I said, like, last week that I was going to wake up early and watch Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy Kong's Quest, but I didn't. Instead, I slept in and didn't watch that. And as a result, I haven't watched that many runs this weekend. In fact, like, let me see. What runs have I watched? Not very many, let me say, but I've watched a few, and they've been real damn good. I watched Odyssey on Monday. That was probably the first run I was able to actually tune in. Like I said, Sunday, I slept in, and then I went to Six Flags, like, right away. And when I got back, I had a million anime to catch up on. So, you know, it wasn't until the next day that I put time aside for a run, and that run was Odyssey, which is real damn good. I think Odyssey is like one of the best, it's one of my favorite games of all time, top 2. And seeing all the cool routing and tricks and all that is just always delightful. Just always delightful. After that, let me see here. I've made sure to tune in and do like $25 worth of donos. I think that's what I can do given current economic climates and conditions. I think that's what I can do. I turned in for Paper Mario 100% or any percent. I super turned in for Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. I love Paper Mario runs. Hollow Knight was also delightful. That was right after on, I think that was Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday had a bunch of good runs in a row. Also watched Super Meat Boy. That was like, oh, Pragmata after that. A few runs after that, yeah. Watch Pragmata as well. Actually, I think... You know, I mentioned I went to sleep at a normal time on Wednesday. I was actually really tired on Wednesday. I'm remembering now. I went to bed in the middle of Pragmata. Didn't see the entirety of Pragmata. That ran until, like, maybe 12. It was not that late. It was, like, midnight, a little after midnight. I think that lasted an hour... Let me see. An hour 17. So, yeah, until, like, 12:30. So, yeah, I was just right out. I don't know what the hell happened that night or why I was that tired that early, but I went to bed, and then I woke up, and then, yeah, no, let me see. There was also, Banjo-Tooie. Watch Banjo-Tooie. I love Banjo-Tooie, and routing a Banjo-Tooie is also, I find the routing of Banjo-Tooie was really cool. Them just, like, going for the move specifically and doing bare minimum to get that. A lot of neat tricks and routing and efficiency there. I also did watch Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair, but I'll say, honestly, with Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, I like a lot of that game. The one part I don't like is the Impossible Lair itself, which, of course, if you think about the way that game is, of course, the speedrun is just, oh, you do Impossible Lair without doing any of the rest of the game. Okay, I think that's kind of a suck-ass level, though, that just has no room for imprecision in a game that is kind of sloppy and loosey-goosey in a way that, you know, it really benefits the rest of the game how there's less stakes and you can always re-grab your sort of Yoshi's Island style where you can re-grab your dude. And it's not like it stops being like that, but the Impossible Lair is much more about doing a really hard 20-minute level. And that's what that run is, a 20-minute level that's really hard, which is impressive, but doesn't really do it for me. And, you know, it's not the part that I like about that game, so, yeah. I did watch Tears of the Kingdom. It was pretty alright, though. You know, it's the sort of thing where when you see it, it's like, okay, well, they're, again, it's like with the other one, where they just go right to the end. And there's some really cool glitches and tricks and stuff along the way, but, it is a lot of just like, we go to the end and we fight the guy. It's like, okay, I know. Okay. So you don't do, like, most of the cool stuff in the game. No. None of that. We cut it all out, because the game doesn't make us do it. Right, yeah, that makes sense. And last night, I watched Metroid Dread, which was sort of a big highlight. Metroid Dread was a fantastic fucking run, and I quite enjoyed watching it. Recommend that run in particular. Finally, today I saw that there was Wind Waker. I did not catch it because I was sleeping. I'll give you a freebie. I'll give the Japanese viewer a freebie. The Japanese viewer had not confirmed, so it's sudden death, so, we'll try each of these pipes and see if we find a nice one. None of these are nice. This one actually might be the least nice. I don't know if there's a nice one among... There's definitely not. We tried all three. Without confirmation, Japanese viewer, that is all we can do. So thank you for your being here. And then, yeah, we talked about it a bit up top. Right before the stream tonight was, let me hit, dismiss and yeah, get the next level up. Right before the stream tonight was, Starboy is up. Starboy, please confirm. Has Starboy said anything in a minute? I think Starboy might have done. Starboy, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. Starboy. Right before the stream, there was the Mario Maker 2 Troll Showcase, which was a lot of fun. If you didn't see it, I recommend going and watching it. If you're watching this, if you like Mario Maker content, like low-key, those SGDQ, AGDQ, etc., Mario Maker race competition, whatever they are, you know, every year, depending on what they're bringing to bear, they're always good shit, and this year was no exception. This time was no exception. It was a co-op. They were doing co-op troll levels, which were very fun and full of great glitches, cool tricks, and a lot of fun crap. I highly recommend checking that out, and I had a lot of fun watching it in the time during which I would usually be starting the stream, but instead I was, you know, hanging out and watching and eating a little bit before the thing, before this here, and that was nice. Recommend that. There was 3 great levels that cannot be played single player, so don't think you're going to submit them to me and make me do them. It won't work. It's not viable, sadly. So, don't worry about it. Go watch the thing. It was good shit. And very funny, very entertaining, and just full of stuff you haven't seen before, I would say. You know, Mario Maker stuff, with enough creativity, you can always find, people have been managing to find things that no one's ever seen before, time and time again. You know, I feel like there's a lot we used to see. There's a lot of times where we see stuff that we're not doing. Starboy's not here. I know. That's why we're in very nearly but not quite sudden death. I only have 2 tries on account of Starboy's absence. So Starboy, go ahead and say the word, and it'll be regular style. And then yeah, you will be up, Terminator. That's how we work. That's how it works here. So we have very high stakes. We have medium high stakes. This level doesn't seem that bad. I don't know that we will be dying. Well, let's just hold our there we go. Okay, not bad at all. We got a checkpoint. Checkpoint refreshes, but also Starboy just confirmed. So we actually do have setting a timer for 12 minutes now. Let's go. Thank you, Starboy, for saying, for confirming, for saying words. That's what happens if you're not here, Starboy. You get sudden death. You get limited tries, 2 of them, even before the lightning round. All right, we're good. Fantastic stuff. You know, it was cool seeing a bunch of co-op stuff because, like, yeah, no, I don't think... I never play co-op personally. I bet a lot of these folks also never play co-op. So, you will see some stuff and some weird interactions, like, do you know what happens when... do you know, like, how the physics of bonking people around works? Probably not. I didn't. And, the, you know, Mario Maker Pros that they got for the event, for the shit, also did not know how that shit worked, so it was a neat, time, and a cool race, and they even had a whole custom thing that, made for a bespoke competition, the likes of which has never been seen before, because it wasn't previously technically, you know, they had to do some modding to make it happen. I'll say no more, Check out that, SGDQ. That SGDQ thing. Check out all the ones from the past, even. They've all been good times. I think we beat it. That's right, we did. Very good, Starboy. Did we die? I think we died one time. Did we die the first time? I think we did have a refresh, didn't we? I don't remember. I think we had a death and a refresh earlier on. Who remembers? It doesn't matter. No deaths? No deaths? If you're saying no deaths, I'll take no deaths. That's great. That's the amount of deaths that you want. Terminator mode is up next, and Terminator mode is here. Fantastic. Next thing to talk about. I have still been watching The Office. I am almost done. Season 9 has not been great. Yeah, so I started, you know, rewatching The Office a few weeks ago, and got through all the great seasons a while ago now, and I've been in the last few dregs of show the last few weeks, and I've never seen most of all this stuff, and it has been pretty not great. I'll say it's not great. There have been episodes and bits that have amused me somewhat, and, you know, I still like the characters and all, so, like, when they show plot of, like, oh, Jim is, you know, he's doing something with his life, he's finding a new job that actually interests him, it's like, oh, wow, good for you, Jim. That's nice. Athlete or whatever. I googled, and apparently it eventually becomes athlete. That is that like a post-credits thing? Like, oh, you know, where they end up. His company goes on to do something, or maybe that's some detail from the Paper spin-off show. Should I watch the Paper spin-off show? Could watch the Paper spin-off show. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, I've heard a lot about the late seasons of The Office, and like season 9 and all that, and all the things they bring in. I had mentioned last week about how I was not really feeling like Robert California and that whole arc. And in the last season, they sort of like get rid of all that real fast, and they'd be like, okay, well, David Wallace is back, and he's the main guy again, and that's cool. We like David Wallace, and also Andy is still boss, so that's cool as well. Though it's funny. Play your latest level? Okay, right, because I played this one before. Gotcha. Andy is boss, though. It's weird because Andy's, like, so far in the parts of Season 9 that I've seen, like, Andy wasn't there for a big chunk of it randomly, which in the context of the show just seems really shitty, right? Like, oh, they set up a boss and then the boss isn't there for the whole show. What the fuck? And the reality is, like, oh, well, the thing is, he was, the reason he became the boss is because of The Hangover. It was really popular at the time, and he was in it. And also, at the time, he was busy filming The Hangover 3, apparently, is what happened, so oh, that makes sense, but it doesn't make the boss being gone for like half the season, assumedly the main character, any worse, any better. And I do think like the romance in between like him and his girlfriend, between Heron and you know, Jim Jr., whatever the fuck that guy's name, is really stupid. I don't really like that romance, or Jim Jr., or Dwight Jr. very much. They're mediocre characters. They just, who are they? I don't know who they are. I don't, care them especially much, honestly. What are we doing here? Oh, crap, I need to, like, fuck. I see it, what it is. It's survival, and every time he goes up there, he's being, queued up to be, hit by me. I need to, like, hit him with a shell during that time. Gotcha. Start the timer. I'll say, I'm not, like, super hating it, and it's not been, like, as miserable as it could be. And, you know, I'm honestly not, like, paying full attention or anything. I'm just putting it on, having something to watch, and, like, you know, while I'm, oftentimes while I'm working on something. So, like, I got things that are, that I'm, like, looking at while I'm watching. It's not like it's my full attention or anything, but... Oh, wow, the thing goes away. The floor goes away there. Wow, okay. Well, let's see what we can do. I need to be more careful when the floor goes away and make sure that I'm not just jumping over the dude, but also that I'm, Come on, give me another shell, give me another shell. Dang it. Huh, there's no fish this time. Why was there no fish this time? Oh, I guess it's contingent on, like, Bowser releasing it? Oh, no, there it is. It's just the number of, well, it is contingent on how many, Bowser... Oh, God, they keep coming. There's more than, There's a lot of fish. I have no, Did that shell hit while the Bowser was off screen? No, if I was, Okay, so we can get one, and that's it. I'll say I'm not, like, super duper hating it or nothing. There's been some parts that have been nice. Like I said, you know, I kind of like the stuff with, Jim and his new company. I don't really love, and like, what's his face, and like, you know, fuck. I like the idea that, like, you know, I like the idea that, like, some of these characters are getting their due, are getting an opportunity to be at a company that they like, and that would be, Jim and, what's his name? Daryl and Jim, being able to leave and go do whatever it is at Athlete that they do. Like, that sounds pretty cool. That's pretty nice, and I'm happy for them as characters. I think that the Oscar drama is pretty alright with the senator and Angela. That's like alright drama. It's not the worst. I do think, though, if there's anything that I really do not like, and honestly it's something that I knew I wouldn't like, it is the whole arc of... Damn. It is the whole arc in Office Season 9 of the camera crew becoming characters. I do not like that one bit. I do not think the camera crew should be characters. I do not think that's fair game. I think that for the whole last... You know, the mockumentary style is cool and all, but I feel like, for me, I want the documentary style to be just that, a style. It's like... It's not literal in that way. It's not like there's actually a camera crew that's actually been, like, running around being part of things this whole time. Like, that is not too impossible. It's not really all that, you know, like, the logistics of that are difficult in a way that I personally just think is not worth considering, not worth bothering with. It's not worth being actually the thing, and it's very much actually the thing, actually very literal in a way that I don't care for. I guess you could say, like, that's kind of started with Michael Scott, and a couple other cases where the characters were like, ooh, well, I'm trying not to be heard by the camera crew, and all that. And a couple times, like, they break fourth wall like that. And I'll say those couple times have been pretty weird, honestly, and I'd rather they just act like there's no camera. You know, there's plenty of times where they have been on camera doing things that are criminal or fucked up, or, you know, they would face reprisals if it got out. They have been explicit talking about, like, oh yeah, I know that the senator is gay. All that stuff is going in the documentary, and they know that. So, like, why then, you know, they have a lot of private stuff going into the show. So why then is it actually a real thing? How does that actually make sense? I don't know, maybe nowadays, in the days of everyone oversharing all the time, it actually does low-key make sense, and, you know, it's not like I don't overshare everything all the time. It bothered you in other shows having us talking to the camera without the mention of an actual documentary? That's the mockumentary style, and for a lot of shows like Parks and Rec and, for like Parks and Rec and stuff, it was very much a style, and not literal, and I kind of prefer it like that, honestly, personally. I prefer it to not be a literal, like, hey, we're, this is the thing, this is all for real. Dang it. This is a hard level, by the way, I don't know if you noticed. I like that in other shows. The talking to the camera. The talking to the camera bit is a great place for jokes. That's just a good place for jokes to go. Was Arrested Development mockumentary style? Definitely adjacent. Definitely adjacent. Was that before The Office? It's hard to tell because The Office went on for so long. You know, it was 2005 when Arrested Development happened, but like The Office lasted until like the mid-10s, you know, like the early mid-10s. It probably was like from 2003 to like 2013 or something. 2012 maybe. So yeah, probably Arrested Development is very influenced by that. You know, more... The Office never had a narrator, I guess. That's, like, its unique spin, Arrested Development, as well as, you know, the next episode being a avenue for jokes. They felt like they were doing it because it worked on The Office and they didn't justify it at all. I mean, I feel like reality TV was so popular at the time, even Office aside, like, that sort of thing was just kind of becoming regular. Much in the same way now, if you made a show and you had, like, here's a TikTok or something that the characters are making, it'd be, like, diegetic. You'd understand that as, like, oh, yeah, that's just a common format of media these days, is, like, a TikTok, a short, a, you know, like, you could very much picture, here's what it would be, okay, you do a show set in, like, 2012. If you did a show set in 2012, and you had it so that the characters were tweeting, and, like, in the commercials, right, you had, like, here's the tweets, here's, like, what Jeff Winger is tweeting, something like that. You could definitely do a sitcom like that. It would not surprise me if what I'm describing actually exists. You know, it's just where humor is at right now, where culture is at right now, and, no! The thomp got us. It's just, I think especially back then, reality TV was just so big. iCarly before YouTubers, or Was it just following the trend? I don't know. I never watched iCarly. I was, well, I'll say, as a kid, I was definitely not a big Disney Channel person. So, like, all the Disney Channel live-action shows just sort of missed me. Even the ones that I was, like, contemporaries for. Like, was Cory in the house? When was Cory in the house? I remember people in the, when I was, on forums and stuff, joking about Cory in the house. As, like, a random fucking example of a fucking, as a random example of shows. You only watched because your sister was into it at the time? Well, my sister was also younger, but I don't know, she was never a big Disney, I don't think she was... If she did, she watched it in her own room, I don't know. She did at one point say, like, she had a bunch of VHSs that I don't remember watching, like, I talked about recently that I watched the 80s, Disney movie about the dog that sings. Y'all know that one? Apparently she had that, and The Rescuers, and a couple others that I never went in on, which, was interesting to learn. Oh, somehow we despawned the fish. Ooh, fuck! And now the fish is coming. Okay, now we don't have, ground to go to. Anyway, almost done with The Office. I don't have any plans for, like, what's next. I still have a bunch of, I never did finish off House, so I'm kind of low-key thinking, like, okay, let's just go back and continue House. The only tapes your sis had that she didn't watch in the living room were Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Oh, I love Buffy. I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. One of my favorites. I am, of my generation. I know it. I think House might be next, but you know what? You do say Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and that does activate parts of my brain. I do really like Buffy. I wouldn't say no to some Buffy right now. Kinda was in the mood, like, a year ago when I saw, Sinners. Some good vampire stuff. That's, shit, I think I missed this cycle. I missed this cycle. I definitely missed that cycle. Might as well restart. I'm wasting time if I'm not getting the first, cycle. Wasting a perfectly good, you know, having floor. Like, this is the one time where we have floor, so we gotta take advantage of it. Minehunters, Pluribus, and Pantheon. I did see... I think I did see Minehunters back in the day. That is definitely a show I watched, yeah. And Pluribus I definitely saw, like, last year. I don't know Pantheon, though. I've never seen X-Files. That is definitely something I am definitely of the right... What time was that? And what year was that? I might have been a bit too young for X-Files at the time. Just a nose. When was X-Files running? I did like Fringe. I did watch Fringe. I liked Fringe a lot. Fringe was sort of like the new X-Files of the aughts. Like early 90s, early 90s. Yeah, I was born in 90, so, you know, it's probably a little bit early. I was not a big live action watcher. 5 tries. Come down to this. What am I doing? Getting all distracted by the I won't count that one. I won't count that one. I took off an ear of my headphone to get some air, and I started hearing a weird knocking. Don't know what that was. Maybe just, you know, kids being, rapscallions, hitting on, you know, being noisy, being weird. I'm going to, not listen and not worry. Probably kids being weird. 90s Outer Limits. I don't know what Outer Limits are. Here we go, it's fish time. How many hits do we have to do with this? Fuck! We get stunned on the donut, we're super dead. Lesson there. Thing to learn. I could go for like the Wire. It's been a bit since I rewatched Sopranos. Sopranos is always a S-tier time. There's a lot of shows that are great. I've been rewatching Community with my folks. You know, it's been forever since I watched Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec. Very similar comedy. I watched Futurama and Simpsons last year, so it's too soon for those. Though I didn't like go all the way with Simpsons. Simpsons, I'll say this. I think the later series of Simpsons, I think the later seasons of Office are better than like late zombie Simpsons. I'll say that. I am enjoying them to the point where it's like, I don't feel like every episode is pulling teeth, though some plots and some developments definitely are. I'll say at the very least, The Office, you know, it has some like story arcs, and it has some, you know, even when the jokes are less funny, at the very least you're there for Jim, and like where his life is at, and you're curious like, okay Jim, what's next for you? Even if you're not like laughing at every single gag and jap and joke, and the arcs aren't quite as well constructed. Okay, fish time again. Oh boy. Is it fish time? I think we can avoid seeing the fish spawn if we keep the camera way over here and be fast with it. Okay, I think fish might be coming. Yeah, fish is coming now. Also, we need to like get under the fish or get over the fish. The far side is not safe. We'll figure out something when I finish with The Office. Could do the paper. You know, I have seen a number of video essays about the paper, and it being kind of disappointing, but why not? I have the access to it, and it is an interesting like coda as far as like, does this learn any of the lessons of like what was bad about the last few seasons? Does it capture any of the magic? Does it have any magic at all? I don't know. Maybe I should find out while I have the chance. No fish, no fish, no fish, fish! Okay. Need to be more careful. Blah! That was not more careful. Last try. This boss fight has been really hard. I'd low-key kind of be surprised if we managed it on our last try here. But, I'm gonna do my best. I'm going to try my hardest. We're gonna see what's what. I think I do have a good battle plan here. I know where to stand. And so long as we want to avoid fish as best as we can, and then yeah. Staying up late, are we? Yeah, this is definitely a later night stream than usual. The reason is because SGDQ was today, so we had to. I started the stream later because I wanted to watch the thing. Oh, fuck. Okay, we got fish. We got fish here. You know what? Going under the fish is a good strategy, too. Maybe we want to go under for future fish. Nah. Stay over. Over! Okay. Ah! Good shit. What did you think of the boss fight? It was fun. It's very clever, very neat. Could use a mushroom. That would be my only point of feedback. It'd be like, with a mushroom, it'd be like a lot more doable. I'll take over. I think we're almost there. Submit it again, and we'll see what happens. If you want to. I am hitting dismiss. I am bringing up the next level, and we're done with sitcom talk, I believe. Spike helmet. Ooh, that'd be good. Yeah, then you could defend against the fires. You could like destroy them. It might even be too easy with a spike helmet. Then you could just avoid letting certain things get destroyed, unless there was some other spicing it up, like something like there could be guys dropping from the ceiling. What if there were guys just dropping from the ceiling constantly and he had to deal with that as well? That would be a good balance, I think, with that. Yeah. Next topic. O6i is up. O6i probably has chatted recently and is probably about to say hi. Go ahead and say hi, O6i. You know what to do. You know what's up. Meanwhile, hey, did y'all see all that fucking shit over the week on Monday? Did y'all see the Xbox reset in action, which has been a total fucking bloodbath? Y'all see this shit? Ooh, it's not good. Let's recap. Let's say what the hell has been going on with Xbox. Well, if y'all saw what Xbox was talking about, they like Monday, this statement came out basically saying like, team, we are beginning the most significant restructure in Xbox history. Which is to say, they're laying off 3,000 people, and not 3,000 people across the rest of the year, but 1,600 right now on Monday, and 4 studios leaving as well. 4 studios and one that's not quite left, but yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot about this statement that is worth fixating on. Let's note that Asha Sharma has been a terrible CEO so far. Seems to be writing she's from the world of AI, and it seems like she has been writing all of her press statements with AI. They are soulless, terrible, and just she's an Axeman, you know? She's here. That's the thing! Barnstormer says, unfortunately, we couldn't fire you all today. That's the thing about this statement that drives me mad. Thank you. Yes, unfortunately, it's not possible to make all the necessary changes in a single day. Why is that unfortunate? You're laid off 1,600 people, and your only comment is like, it's unfortunately we couldn't lay off the other 1,600 people. What the fuck? Why? Hello? That's evil. Yeah, so that's evil, and we can get into the details here about, like, you know, specifically compulsion games and Double Fine are becoming independent. Yes, that's right. These execs are fucking ghouls, especially the ones that have been brought in to, you know, downsize and reset Xbox into something that doesn't spend as much money and is, you know, not making games anymore as much, ideally. So they got rid of Compulsion and Double Fine, and both of them are independent, which is, I'll say, it's important to note with Double Fine, especially before getting acquired, Double Fine was really struggling with funding, was struggling to find funding to fund, you know, Psychonauts 2 and all that. So them going independent is a good thing insofar as, like, okay, they're out from under the umbrella, but also, like, can they find more funding? It's also worth noting that IOI had to do some layoffs because some of their funding that Xbox was doing with them got cut off as well. It's not mentioned in any of these statements, I don't think, because that's just like a third party that Xbox had to deal with, and they're cutting and running. But, you know, that sort of thing is harder and harder to get, to secure funding, to get to run an independent studios of that scale, of that scope, making independent projects. So, like, I'm wishing the best for Double Fine. I hope they can make, you know, something small that's exciting that does really well. I hope they can crowdfund another Psychonauts if they really want to do another Psychonauts ever again. Like, I don't know if crowdfunding is in the place where that still can work. I don't know if there are that many successful Kickstarters anymore. Really feels like Kickstarters and fundraising has fallen off in the last few years, especially with games. You basically never hear about Kickstarters anymore, very seldomly. So, like, good luck, you know, Double Fine, if that's the plan. And like, I hope otherwise, that there are people willing to fund some of your bigger swings, but I don't know about them. And Compulsion, they just do not have a great track record, so, you know, I'm worried about them in the sense that they probably will shut down as well. But, you know, Double Fine is has made like tons of games that I love, so, you know, I especially care what's up with them. Ninja Theory and Undead Labs have gone on to be sold, which, hey, good news for them. That means that Senua and State of Decay are funded. That's fantastic, assuming, like, hey, you know, hopefully their new owners are cool. I guess you can't do worse than Microsoft. I'll say that much. It's probably an upgrade, and hopefully they can avoid their own rounds of layoffs. And similarly, Arcane is also going to be sold, but in France, it's illegal to do things like this without, you know, a whole lot of signposting and forewarning and things of that nature. So because of France's labor laws, they can't just close down Arcane or sell it on one day. It doesn't work like that. And hey, maybe it'd be great if we had labor laws. Maybe it'd be great if we had labor laws that prevented things bad happening to workers like you or me or any of these fine 1,600 people. Jesus Christ. Or the 1,600 people who have yet to get laid off, but will in fact get laid off by the end of the financial year. Oh, I got more images. Look at this. Hang on. I got more images. Look at this one. So there was also a bunch of talk about Unreal in particular. You know, specifically Unreal. About id Studios. id. Basically, they had huge layoffs, like hundreds of people. A ton of people got laid off at id. Basically, what I heard is that what everyone was hearing was that the tech team, the engine team, was reduced to one person, and basically they might be in support studio territory. That was the rumor going around, and also that they might, again, relegated to support studio size, and might be also moving to Unreal, which is very sad considering, like, they've been working on their id tech engine for a while. They've made some fantastic games like the Wolfensteins and the Dooms, and they run in great and look beautiful, and the idea that would be just thrown out the window because I don't know what the hell, they don't prioritize them or something. Apparently, there has been pushback on it today. id released a statement saying, no, we're the same size that we were when Doom 2016 came out. We're probably fine. We're still going to use our engine, folks. How much of that is damage control, though? Honestly, I trust more the insiders and the people who are, you know, disgruntled from being laid off more than I trust, like, some official company line that is, you know, coming out of those who have to continue working. I'll say, for what it's worth. Worth noting, when it comes to layoffs, it does suck to not get laid off as just as much as it sucks to get laid off. Especially in this case where you know that like 1,600 more layoffs are coming down the pipe. But also, like, when you are not laid off, the expectation is like, oh, hey, by the way, you guys are going to have to work twice as hard now, by the way. Yes. We are expecting the same output, even though we just cut big into your staffing, into your personnel, into your budgets. We are expecting the same results, so fucking, you know, crack the whip. Let's go. And it sucks. And also, survivor's guilt is is also a thing. But I think more importantly, just like, yeah, no, it sucks to be there. I'm, you know, I'll say it's not great that I got laid off myself, but I'm sure it must be miserable actually having to do an increasing workload instead of that. You know, I wouldn't want to do an increased workload. I survived a layoff once. It kind of sucked. And, you know, I bet it would... both sides suck, to be clear. It sucks when layoffs happen, whichever side you're on. Obsidian is, like, super cut down. Avowed and other projects that they had have been canned, and they have been told basically, like, just do Fallout. That's the franchise that we have that's popular, and they're probably just going to do Fallout. This image I saw online basically sums out the whole state of the industry right now, I think. But, yeah, no, this week was Xbox's turn to look into that shotgun and just pull the trigger. Pull the trigger, pull the trigger. They got 1,600 rounds in there still. They've still got a reputation to tank. Don't worry about what Warp World Bot does. It's sometimes a little bit funny. Again, condolences to anyone affected by these layoffs. Anyone caught up in them, the 1,600 that were let go. Condolences also to those who have to work twice as hard now, and also live under the threat of 1,600 more layoffs very soon. It's unfortunate that those couldn't come sooner, but, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? One day, they will get laid off too, and everyone will be happy. Good. It sucks ass. I don't believe in Microsoft I don't believe in Xbox as a company anymore, and honestly, like, the sooner that we could all divest from... What is going on here? Oh, I see. One of these blasters shoots bombs, and the other one shoots, something that will crush the bombs, like against a wall or something. So it creates explosions that's, whoopsie daisy. I should be somewhat careful of while I'm, platforming. These explosions have cool AoE. You know, it's like these, it's like there's cannons firing, making big explosive, AoE effects every couple seconds. It's pretty cool. This is definitely something we haven't seen before, and well, it does look like the timing can get a little screwy sometimes, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. What was that? I was like the drowning noise from like Zelda Majora's Mask. I don't know why that came out of me. Anyway, this level seems cool. Let's get it done. Oh, come on. I just need the other one. Thank you. Let me make sure that both cans are on screen, and then I can get through. This does not upgrade, so I don't necessarily gain anything from popping it early. Okay. That was weird. Okay. I probably would have died if it hadn't janked up, so it's all good. Okay. So in this case, there's bombs on those sides, and I need to be very careful because those bombs are going to go off immediately. In this case, they just have no room to spawn, so they explode immediately. That's really cool. You've gotten us. This is a really cool. Every week, you know, there's oftentimes some level that shows something you've never seen before. And also, by the way, if you're interested in stuff you've never seen before, check out that SGDQ run, that SGDQ race thing. It was full of that sort of thing. The creativity of people in Mario Maker. People make some good ass stuff. That's is there like a safe period? Oh, we got a checkpoint. We got a checkpoint. condolences to anyone at Xbox. It seems like it really sucks ass there right now. It seems like it's really been sucking ass for a while, to be fair. This has not been a new thing, and certainly we've been seeing it coming for like the last few months. You know, this has been obviously a long time coming that Asha was coming to drop the axe. Either way, it sucks, whether you knew it was coming or not, and obviously we did. It sucks, and like, yeah, no, just no more Xbox, I think is the long and short of it. Just, yeah, how can you... I don't think there's any going back to Xbox being a company that you care about, or that you respect, or that you believe might do new, cool things. Like, yeah, no, they just are a bunch of shitty fucking... They're fuck them, basically, is the long and short of, how everyone is feeling about Xbox right now. Like, I'll say for my part, I've went with Xbox you know, I've gotten the Xbox version most of the time when I get a multi-platform game that cannot run on Switch. And like, maybe going forward, I should start getting the Steam version instead. Or PlayStation. I'm not really... Honestly, there's things I don't like about PlayStation where I would hesitate about going PlayStation in particular, but, I got that nice new Steam controller. I got a perfectly good 2-year-old PC that's plenty, powerful. I could go for that. I didn't need to run by there. It doesn't save me anything to... Fuck! Damage boosting doesn't actually help me here. And I would have to wait for the mushroom anyway, so it doesn't save time. I'll say in general, like I said, like the image showed, you know, I think pretty much everyone right now is... The strategy apparently seems to be, and this is what I've heard people talk about, the strategy seems to be that they're hoping all will be forgiven, all will be forgotten when Grand Theft Auto comes out. You know, when Grand Theft Auto comes out, the console holders will be able to just bank on that. Consoles will sell again, and, you know, it'll bail them out of, this fucking economy. I'll say this. You know, I think some of the best coverage of this just goes to show that things are fucking hard right now for all of game publishing, game studios, game everyone. And it's not necessarily a problem of, this pipe going to this pipe. Yes, 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 yes. Hey, checkpoint. Let's take a second here. I don't think... I think... Here's the thing I saw this week that really made me go, holy shit. And it's the basic fact that apparently the majority of the growth of the games industry over the last 5 years has been in Roblox. Has been in one company, one studio, one game, one ecosystem. Not all the hundreds of game developers making all the hundreds of games that come out every year, every day, every, you know, so frequently, so often. But instead just one company that just makes a platform that lets kids and, I guess, increasingly older people, apparently it's up to like mid-20s now, is like the generation that grew up on Roblox and is still into Roblox. And these like mono platforms, these like big games that hold so much of the people, you know, Roblox, Fortnite, you name it. There's like a handful of them. There's like 3 maybe, and I can't think of the third one, so maybe there's just 2 actually. Maybe it's just those 2. Minecraft. There's the third one. Well, hey, fortunately, that's the one that Microsoft owns, so yeah, they're looking at all their shit and going basically like, why the hell are we making all these games when it's Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite that make all the money? Why don't we just axe everything else and just focus on that? Well, one, it doesn't need that much investment, actually. It's kind of free money. It kind of just keeps going on its own, pretty much. So jot that down. Though, I guess even Fortnite is increasing prices, so even they are affected by economy and all that. I don't know. But, like, it's hard to feel good about, how things are out there when, oh, I see. I'm supposed to jump when the woo comes. Oh, damn it. It's hard to feel good about the games industry generally when, like, the biggest studios and the biggest publishers are failing to compete with just, you know, the rip-off studios. And not just the rip-offs, I mean just, like, user-created content in mass. Yeah, this is a rhythm-jumping boss, that's correct. Here's something that I saw that really freaked me out a little bit. You know that game that's really popular right now that I have not played and I have only seen a little bit of? I saw Donkey's video, Mecha Chameleon. You know that game? Sold millions. Made that guy overnight a millionaire. You know, a very quick project and very quickly has become an immensely popular game. Did you know that clones of Mecha Chameleon, like adding all the clones in Roblox all together, more people are playing the clones than the original game? So that's just the scope of things, right? It's just like, yeah, no, you can release one of the most exciting, most new games of the year, a multiplayer experience, and just a whole piranha swarm of Roblox developers will just rip you off in mass and outperform you in aggregate. That's where we are at. And that's if you're massively successful. You know, that dude was massively successful. Even he was getting, like, his shit eaten by piranhas. I'm using the metaphor of piranhas. Maybe that is insulting to the developers who are underpaid and, you know, do not get an equitable share of the successes of Roblox, for what it's worth. You know, Roblox is very much built on the basis of exploiting children and children's willingness to work for free. Kind of fucked up. God. Don't get a Q this time. I should start counting. I should start counting now. Anyway, I feel like a big part of the thing is just that the industry is heading in weird, fucked up directions, and just AAA development is less sustainable than it's ever have been. AAA development is more expensive than it ever has been. People are gonna have to scale back, or else it's not going to work anymore pretty soon, and everyone is going to be looking to reduce team sizes and stop trying to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jump on 4. Or 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! Nearly there. Timer's up. Last 5 tries. Count to 5. Jump on 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can kill that ghost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doors open. We done it. Yeah, that was a really cool rhythm-based boss fight. I wonder if this was inspired by Rhythm Heaven Groove coming out last week. Some real like some of the same strategies that you use for Rhythm Heaven applicable there for that level, for that boss fight. Very good. It came out in 2020, so I would be surprised if it was, this level came out in 2020, so actually I'd be surprised if it was inspired by Rhythm Heaven Groove. Maybe by Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix, which was like 3-4 years before that. No, that doesn't make sense either. Still very cool, and surprisingly, relevant. Hitting, complete. I am more able to do that than I would have been at most other previous weeks. I am equipped. Well, last week I'd be better equipped, but whatever. I got another. Did y'all see this part of the statements? I actually have more to complain about. Xbox. Did y'all hear Asha Sharma wants Xbox to entertain 1 billion people per day? That's right. Asha Sharma wants Xbox, all caps, to entertain 1 billion people a day. I could have done this as part of the last card, but it seems so egregious. I kind of wanted to pull it out on its own. As a recap, as a reminder, here's the state of Xbox right now. You can see Xbox in the middle there. That's what Xbox is up to right now. They're laying off 3,200 people this year. They've laid off half that many already, at least in this current round of layoffs. I think they did didn't they do previous layoffs as well? The point is, they have been on a self-destructive binge recently, and despite that, Asha Sharma is really optimistic. And in the same statement where she announced, I am taking an axe to Xbox, I am cutting it, I am killing it dead. We do not have as many studios, we will not have as many games, we will not have as many people making games, we will have none of those things. No more exclusives, none whatsoever. All those are in the garbage. At the same time, she is saying she wants Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertains more than 1 billion people each day and gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect. I know we can achieve this goal. Xbox has some of the most beloved franchises in entertainment history, talented studios around the world. Not anymore. And we will return to growth in 2027. What a fucking thing to say in the same breath that you lay off, like, what? Fucking... what a thing to say right after laying off 1,600 people. Just, oh my god. How do you expect to do that when laying off that many people is totally counter to those purposes, is totally counterproductive to those goals? That's not how you do that, Asha Sharma. That's not... Also, another thing worth noting, Asha Sharma-wise, she has been named an advisor to the U.S. Federal Reserve on productivity and jobs. I'm pretty sure she's really terrible on jobs. She just lost the U.S. 32,000 of them. Maybe U.S. and other countries as well, including France and other such places. She really is not a job creator. She's the opposite of that, a job destroyer, and yet... maddening. Maddening. It is worth noting, and it has been noted by people on the internet this week, 1 billion people, that's like 1/8 of the world's population. 1/8 of the world's population, specifically gaming in the first place. Does 1/8 of the world's population play games every day? But specifically, would they play games on Xbox, the third place console that is dying before our eyes? I don't think so. That's not realistic. Like I said, you know, I'll say, like, I think the analysis, the goal here, the idea. By the way, Can Throne, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. I think the idea might be that, like, oh, you know, I think the idea might be with Xbox might be, okay, you know what? We're pivoting to Minecraft. We're going to try to be like do Roblox does. And really lean into that, because that's like where all the growth is right now. And that's, I'll say, you know, maybe it might work if like kids today really aren't buying bespoke games anymore. But as a grown man who is becoming increasingly old, and who does not go for I like Minecraft, but I don't play like anything other than Minecraft in Minecraft. And I was too old for Roblox when that hit. And you know, Fortnite I got into last year and I like it, but I wouldn't do anything but the first-person shooter, the third-person shooter mode there, so that's right out. Like, that would not be for me. And it'd be very sad, I think, if just like gaming shrunk down to just like, yeah, you know, you got your retro games, you got your indie games, and then everyone's trying to be Roblox and Minecraft. Wasn't Roblox before Minecraft? I mean, I'll say, I don't know, I don't know the timeline, but like when Minecraft came out, I was like really, it was like the second, I think it was like my first or second year in college, and it was, I think, the right time for that. College is a good time for Minecraft, I'll say. You know, you get into a server there, you play some Minecraft while you're ignoring a lecture. Like, that's pretty good. That's good, clean living. You got a laptop, you're in class, you're playing Minecraft. That's wonderful. Roblox is not Minecraft. You can't, doesn't have survival, far as I know, right? Does Roblox have survival? Does it have, like, a world to explore? Does it have, like, the same? I don't know that it does. I'm pretty sure it's a different sort of thing. This year you got back into Minecraft because you were finally able to stop associating with your college days. Yeah, it's very strongly associated with my college days too, but I enjoy some casual Minecraft now and again, though. Mostly single player. I have not been on part of a server since like college times. Minecraft better get an end update for now. Yeah, it does need to get the Switch 2 version up really quickly. Switch 2 version is what Minecraft needs. And Minecraft doesn't just... It just needs enough people to get the Switch 2 version up, and then you can basically leave it, I think. And, you know, I'll sympathize. I sympathize somewhat with the, I'll say, like, they're right. It doesn't make sense, this industry right now. You really don't make that much money off 90% of games. You're just hoping for a fucking hit. And, you know, most of the money is being made by Roblox and Minecraft, it would seem, and Fortnite. That's kind of fucked up, but also you can't get in there late, and, you know, seems to be very little window, very little opening for another live game to really get in there. It's so different now. The Nether is pretty different, yeah. The Nether is a lot more substantial, more interesting. They made the world a lot deeper, making strongholds harder to reach. I mean, you just dig downwards, right? I don't know what you mean by stronghold, though. You mean Nether strong? I'll say there's a lot of stuff in Minecraft that I never did. I never did do the story of Minecraft. For me, Minecraft was just a game where you tried to survive, and then you build a house, and that's it. Or you do it online, and you build, like, a city with all your friends. I never cared much to get past that early level. That's where the gateway to the final boss is. Yeah, I've heard of the... What is it called? The ether? I've heard of whatever the other zone is where the final boss is, but it's not like the Nether, where there's a bunch of... where it's like a fast travel hub. That's what I like the Nether for. It's like a really good fast travel hub. Used to be way harder. It's the end. Oh, it's called the end? Oh, okay. I've never been there, and I don't personally care to. I'm fine. The Nether for me is just a fast travel system. It's just because it's a 16th of the size of the overworld. It's just a place to do it. It's been in there since 2011. Well, played most of the time I was playing as single player was before that, probably, when it was like right after the free weekend. Remember the free weekend? It was because of the free weekend. That's when I played a bunch of it and really got into it. Those first few years. Yeah. Old man. We did not get a confirmation from Canthorne, so that's all we can do there. Let's go ahead and dismiss and go to the next one. I do believe, by the way, that oh wow, we're back to Countess Timpani, and we haven't gotten around. The game doesn't exactly instruct you on how to beat it. That's true. I'm sure part of it is that I didn't know how to get there, and also I didn't care to. I'd just rather, you know, build a... I remember at the time building a bunch of houses. I built a nice, cool house with a cool glass roof, and I put a fez on top, like the recent hit indie game Fez, which was a recent release at the time. There was a whole town in one of the online servers that I was on that had all the houses had fezzes on them, and there was a big Fez statue outside, and also I recreated the lighthouse from Fez. You remember the lighthouse from Fez? You might not remember the lighthouse from Fez. I recreated that in Minecraft back in the day. You had to buy a creator's books or look at the Minecraft wiki. Yeah, it is a different game than it is now than it is then. I don't mind just sort of engaging with it in a casual way. I don't need to... I don't need to get into it the way the kids do. Another topic. Countess Timpani is up. I got one more piece of news. Y'all hear that Mario Kart Tour is closing down. I do believe this is the last card before the lightning round, before anime talk. So that's great. We're about 2 hours in and we've gotten to this point. Lovely. Mario Kart Tour is closing down, and it will not have... I believe what it says there is true, that it will have like some free gold for everyone for a bit while it is in the process of closing down. But the important thing is the servers will go dark, and there will be no Mario Kart Tour. Part of me wants to say Minecraft Tour because I've just been talking about Minecraft so much in the last few bits. There will be no Mario Kart Tour going forward very soon. I will say, I feel like there's a lot of people who never got into my Mario Kart Tour. I feel like of the Mario Kart games is probably the most derided, the most disliked, and the most negatively viewed. But I'll say, I got into Mario Kart Tour for a while there. Definitely played it for like, you know, a year or so. Definitely like at least half a year. I don't know like how long exactly, but I was in there for a while. I bought the season pass, you know, the membership enough times where, like, I bought the membership enough times where, and we're getting another 12 minutes on this one. Let's go. I thought this would be the lightning round by the time it was up again, but go figure. I bought the season pass enough times and, you know, spent enough time with it where it was just like my, it was just like a good game to play on your phone mindlessly, you know. I'll say it was never like the best game of all time. Let me be clear. Let's start the timer for 12 minutes. Let's go. Another chance, and we have 12 minutes again. Here we go. This is going to be it. This time for sure. Any of these runs. I got it this time. I think I'll be able to do it. I mean, I think I would have been able to do it in the lightning round, but we don't even have to worry about that yet. I liked it. I'll say it didn't make a good first impression. It took me a while to really, like, appreciate it for, like, a mindless... You go through the cups once every 2 weeks, and then you put it down until there's new content, even if the content is basically the same every single week, and it's just, like, different specific courses that you mindlessly go down. I will miss it to a certain degree. Though, honestly, I will say I would be surprised if I ever would I don't think I would have ever played it again, honestly, because my time with it really has passed. You know, the cooldown for mass reloading levels was 12 hours, not 24. So you can now play one of my newer levels, Mathlete says. Okay, cool. Go ahead, get it in there. Can't wait to see it. It'll be the lightning round very soon, let me say. This is probably one of the latest lightning rounds we've ever had on account of starting late, and also we have spent 2 hours in the first part. Now this is a Timpani level, and it's not that bad either. I think it's Timpani, right? This is Melody CLM. That's Timpani's account, right? Does Timpani have 2 accounts? One with all the more like 100-second 500-second survival, or
Oh no!
I didn't know there was an upload cooldown. Yeah, I've never run into that as well. I always upload. We need every second, so we need to start at the start. If not, we're cooked. Anyway, I'll say, like I've been saying, I liked it. I was into it. I played a good amount at the time, even if my time is long since over, and honestly, there's no way I would ever get back into it. I'm still sad to see it go and see it completely inaccessible. I liked Dr. Mario World as well. I found that to be a mildly fun, cool thing, and honestly, I still think Dr. Mario World was the best Dr. Mario game that I played. I think it's my favorite by no small margin. It definitely had the most content and the most interesting crap. This could be it. This could be it. Do we have enough time? Is this enough time? Is this enough time? Yes! That was enough time. Let's go. We got to the thing with 7 seconds left. That, I don't know what I did differently to save fraction of a second, but, we did it. RIP Mario Kart Tour. I liked it when it was alive. It was, good, mindless fun. I had my time with it. That time has passed. I hope it and Dr. Mario can come back from the dead one day. Maybe by, like, Pretendo or something. And we can all look back eventually and see, like, oh yeah, this was what this game was. That you know, that'd be something I would like very much. If one day I could do a stream and stream all those old phone games that don't exist anymore. If that was possible. Is there a way to do Dr. Mario? Is that lost media now? I liked it. I really did. And I liked Mario Kart Tour. And then I stopped playing it like 5 years ago and never played it again, so I guess I can't blame them for shutting it down. If only we had laws that said, oh, you can't do that. You can't, you know, people paid for Funky and Dixie Kong playable characters. That's, you can't just take that away from them. Messed up. Whatever, what are you gonna do? Thank you, Countess Timpani. And, yeah. Chard is up next. Let me see. Chard. I think it is time. Folks. I do believe it is time for the lightning round. Actually, let me check the next card. Yes, that's right. It's anime block time. Start the lightning round. 3 pulls from here on out. Right. Okay, so it is time for the lightning round. Probably one of the latest lightning rounds we've had. We had a late start tonight. It is 11. We started at like around 8, right? Jesus Christ. That was a 3-hour first segment. Wow, we had a lot to talk about between Tormenta, SGDQ, The Office, and the news of the gaming industry. Wow, I can't believe that took 3 hours. I guess, you know, hey, when the levels in between the talks take 15 minutes to do, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries to do, they can go pretty long. Now, we're in the lightning round, which means that every level is going to get 5 to 12 tries based on various rules. And also, yes, it will be time to talk about anime pretty soon here. In between every level, I will pull 3 anime from the specific folders where there's a little bit of minutia about the card system. The 3 pulls are on a separate track from the rest of them because that's just how they're organized on my computer. But we're gonna be doing 3 pulls from here on out and talking about 3 new anime that aired in the last week, between every level, and that'll be fun. That'll be good. And there's 29 of them, so you know there's not like I have 30 exactly, but there'll be 10 3 pulls basically. So that'll be fun. And after the anime, we'll be in the right time to end the stream and do a last call and all that. So yeah, this is going to be a very anime lightning round block right here, right now. And let me also explain how this works as far as the heads go. So 5 is the default. 7 is what you get when you have a clear rate of 4% or lower, or a super world. And 12, represented by these lovely helmets, is what you get when you have a clear rate of 0.4% or lower, or a super world where we've failed once already on the level. Also, the first person of the night who is here gets the helmets, which would be Chard. Chard's been chatting. Chard's been present, right? Chard's good for it. Chard is always good for it, but I haven't. Yeah, Chard was just saying something about Adventure Time Card Wars, which I don't know what that is. Yeah, that I don't know if that's lost media or not. Talking about various tricks. Yeah, I see y'all are talking about various tricks that y'all use to upload stuff, or could use to upload stuff. That's very cool. Chart is here, does get the heads. That's how it works. Let's get into it and do it. I will say we have 10 3 pulls to get through, so between every level just about we will do it, unless it's not been that long, unless it's been like a sudden death that goes by in like 2 seconds. We might do an additional, but we have spent a while in the first part of the stream, and I don't want this to be like one of the longest viewer level streams in a minute. Not really. We got 12 tries, let's do it. It was a mobile game? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I remember a few mobile card games. Like a digital, yeah, like a. I remember I had, you know the Ascension. I remember playing the mobile version of that, as well as the mobile version of like the Penny Arcade, version. You know, I can go through that door, but not if the block gets destroyed. If the block gets destroyed, there's no saving the run. And if I fall off, there's no saving that run either. I'll say we've gotten this level a good number of times over the last couple of weeks, and this first bit still kills me. I think I got a pretty good. I got this second part pretty okay. Pretty okay. Fairly okay. Could be more okay. I'm trying my best here. Let's continue. We got it's hard to count. 7 tries left? 7 tries left, I think.
Oh no!
This one. Yeah, 6.
Oh no!
5. Okay. And I'll say, by the way, during this lightning round, during any lightning round, you're always welcome to resubmit. Is there something I should do when that happens? there a way to, like, abort the ride? Next time it happens, we should try to save it.
Oh, no.
That's new. Try to save it. Guess I could jump back onto it and wait for the guy to come back. And in that way, I could avoid activating the later thwomp.
Oh, no.
Lightning round will sometimes go fast, let me say. This is medium fast. New death was discovered. That is correct. Okay. So, jumping off is kind of hard because of momentum. Momentum makes it kind of hard. We're gonna have to really get up some speed and do it fast. Faster than what we were doing there. So... it's possible. Blah. Okay, thank you, Chard. Thank you again. Thank you always. Feel free to get back in there. We'll beat that one day. It's harder in the lightning round now that we have it's life-based. Things are moving faster though, so hey, it'll be up sooner rather than later. Next up is Squink. Squink is always pretty good for it. Squink, go ahead and confirm for me. Meanwhile, it is time to start talking anime. Woo! Let's see some good shows. Let's hear about some good shows. We'll also hear about some bad shows. Let's see what the first set of them are. Watch the first ep of Kamui. He's behind you. I watched the first episode of Black Torch, and I watched the first episode of Recommendations from Iwamoto Senpai. So yeah, I'll say, for what it's worth, I already mentioned earlier that a lot of these I was a little late to get to, since on Saturday I was, you know, doing the big long 11-hour stream, the 4th of July stream where I played through Mario Maker 2, 3DS, and thing, and then the next day I was at Six Flags, so it's not important, but I was catching up on these, and other than Kamui, which was a Friday show that I didn't watch before last Friday's stream, and I watched right after pretty much, which is a really cheap ecchi. The basic idea is that this dude exorcises ghosts by fucking them. He gets behind them and he fucks them, and it's not great to look at, honestly. It's not you've seen better like animation of that if you've been on Newgrounds in the aughts, which is to say, yeah, it looks really, really, really cheap. Like they just took a drog and they are sort of like moving it up and down to sort of simulate like a thrusting motion. You know, it's like, okay, well, usually anime don't go that far. You don't usually see thrusting on screen, humping on screen, things of that nature on screen. But it looks really cheap. It looks really unconvincing, and also it's only 10 minutes long, and then there's a chibi sketch afterwards that takes up the other 10 minutes of the show, which was just seemed like much cheaper than your average anime, and just like, oh, they just got the voice actresses to talk for another 10 minutes, and then they loosely animated like some moving lips and some simple gags. Maybe it wasn't improvised. Maybe it was scripted. And either way, didn't care for it that much. Suffice to say, it's not a good one. You don't have to care. And you don't have to seek it out either. Black Torch seems pretty good. It is about a dude who can talk to animals and is also a ninja. And also, he seems to be being recruited, judging from the OP and what happens in the episode, and also by the synopsis of the show there, which actually goes beyond what the first episode showed. It seems like he's being recruited by the Special Forces, which includes a lady that has really skin-tight short shorts. Pretty alright, pretty solid. Nothing wrong with that. Seems good. And finally, of the first three pull, recommendations from Iwamoto Senpai is apparently about like a middle school, question mark? High school, question mark? That like goes around the country and investigates mysterious supernatural shit for military application, and the main character is really boring, and the mystery that he solves in the first episode is also really boring. And, yeah, it doesn't seem very good. Next. Okay. That's all. That's it. I have been giving thought to, like, okay, maybe it might be a good idea. What if, say, for sake of example, what if in the future I just said, okay, you know what? All the rejects get to go together as, like, 7 at once, at, like, 10 at once. You know, there's not always that many of them. A lot of times the shows are all just decent to good and, like, not the kind where I would cut them immediately. But, that could save time in the future, not having to talk about so much like, oh, it's like porno but bad. But, like, cheap and, not especially very good at all. It's mildly creative, I'll say, Kamui. There was a bit with some ear fucking. That's something. I'll give you that. But, wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. Moving on. We got a bunch more. There's some good ones coming up. I'll say, of Black Torch, I do think after I saw the first episode and then saw some of the other shows also on the same day, I do think Black Torch is not quite as strong as some of the other ones, but I think it's got potential. I think it has a good concept and it's gonna get there. You know, like, once animals and ninja and, like, special forces stuff come together, like, that all just sounds very good, and the show is good already. Hey, Chard, thank you for the level, as always. What song is this? Plastic Love. I'm not familiar with this song. This is from, Plastic Love by Maria Takuchi. Looks like you can't really die in this one, which is nice. Music seems well done, though I really can't judge. I don't know the original off the top of my head. Got any context for us, Swink? As far as where this is from? Barb Donk. I was kind of expecting, like, a second round with the on-off the other way in the first part of the level. It's all good. Good level. Solid. Nice. Thank you, Squink. I'm hitting complete, and I'll pull up the next level here. Barnstormer just did an emote of Donkey Kong shaking his ass, and also Squink is up next. It's Tokyo City Pop from the 1980s. I've never heard of it. I kind of think of Fighting Love, the South Park parody song. When that's the connotation. You know, I guess it's probably very different. Just happens to have love in the name. Next 3-pull. Barnstormer is here, but it's time for 3 more anime. I think this is a better set. Let me see. Is it a better set? Yes, it is a much better set. I watched the first 2 episodes of Jaguar, a Witch in Mongolia. I watched the first ep of Grow Up Show, and also the first ep of The Ogre's Bride. So yeah, mostly a better set, by and large. Jugadar, a Witch in Mongolia, is a really beautiful, really well animated show. Has a style that reminds me of, do y'all remember there was like an Irish animated picture that was like getting all the awards for being like really beautifully animated? It sort of looks a bit like that crossed with anime. Y'all remember that one? It's very soft and stylized in a unique way. And it's also set in like the Middle East, which is a setting you don't see that often. And characters who are Muslim, which you don't see that very much often either. And they are sort of living their life. The main character is like a slave girl who is sort of brought into a scholarly household and sort of raised to be more knowledgeable and stuff. And then stuff happens. It's a very fun and nice and lovely first episode that sets everything up beautifully well. The premise, the setting, the place where the main girl is, and also the boy from her household as well, where how they all fare in the world and where they're, you know, it reminds me a bit of Orb as well, I'll say. A big part of it is like her opening up to like things like knowledge and philosophy and mathematics and doing, you know, learning other than just from like the Quran, or is it the Quran? I'm not a biblical expert. It's the Quran. That's what it is. Not just learning from the Quran and everything, but also just learning from like Ulysses and Ulysses? That doesn't sound right. Euclid. That's closer. Ulysses was a Civil War guy, wasn't he? I don't know. I don't know things. It's a lovely start, and then you can see in the synopsis there. I won't talk too directly on episode 2, but I will say that I have left the meanwhile Genghis Khan in the description there, and also I'll note that it doesn't say which in what the hell city is it in? I forget what the hell city is. It says Mongolia. Mongolia is pretty far from the Middle East, huh? That's a weird title for a show about Middle Eastern people living in the Middle East, huh? Whatever it means, it's not entirely clear to me yet. The which part, mostly, I don't understand yet, but I'm very curious to find out, and I think it's just one of the best, you know, 1-2 punches as far as episode 1, episode 2 I've seen in a minute. It's real fucking good, and immediately one of the best things of the season, immediately very impressive. Grub Show is like Circus Yuri. There is, I think it has a really fun premise of like, this main girl is like, she was brought up in the circus, and she was brought up in like the biggest circus in the world. So she's like the best circus in the world. So she's like really good and stuff, but she like hates the circus, and this other circus makes her be that other circus's ringer, and that circus is full of cute girls doing things, and the thing will be, yeah, does it have the Yuri tag? I don't know. This doesn't have any tags at all on AniList or Crunchy or on AniChart. It seems more like Slice of Life. There's definitely something in between those two girls. They looked at each other. That's Yuri coded. It's feeling like it could be Yuri. I guess Circus Yuri from this. I think that's good, and I also think it's pretty fun so far. The main character being like a reluctant circus pro is a fun main character to have. Her surprising talents are surprising every time. She's actually really good at all the circus stuff, it turns out. And I think it's a fun romp. If it's Slice of Life, that's fun too. The only thing I'll say about it negative-wise is like, it does seem like it doesn't have the budget to animate a whole bunch of circus stuff. There were some parts of that where they just sort of like, the characters were juggling, and they just did still frames. Like, oh, they didn't want to animate juggling. I get it. That sounds expensive. Hey, Neko Che, how you doing? Finally, the final set of 3 anime this pull is The Ogre's Bride, which I did not care for. It is it's sort of a Cinderella, as the thing says. And it is Cinderella insofar as like, yeah, so in this world, having a husband is like everything, and especially a magical husband. They get all bent out of shape talking about like, oh, you know, becoming a demon's bride is like the most important thing in the world. And as a result of that, the younger daughter character is like, or older, the main character is like abused by her family for being not quite hot enough to land a demon fiance, a demon husband. But imagine her surprise when she lands a demon husband. Ooh. I just thought it was kind of unpleasant for a while. I'll say this: I think it would suck if you were abused by your family for not being wife material. I think that would be weird. And I think that, you know, I would imagine, I think there would be a cool anime there if, like, the premise was, okay, I'm gonna go get even with those fuckers, but, you know, this is one of the ones where it's like, oh, I'm gonna get even by having a hotter husband. It's like, okay, so I guess they were right. I guess your value is in the quality of the magic husband you can get. That, I think it shouldn't be that way. I think what magical husband you got don't matter. What about you as a person? It's not for me, is the long and short of it. It's for someone who has an inferiority complex and is also probably a woman. You know, that is who that show is for. I'll admit. It is wish fulfillment and nothing else. You know, and it's pretty straightforward in that. It's kind of cartoonish, you know. The parents are cartoonish in their abusiveness. It doesn't really it's not really that realistic. It doesn't really like work unless you're there to be like, ooh, you know, my magic husband will be just as good. I will also get a magic husband. I think I prefer it when the woman out for revenge seeks her revenge in other ways that don't involve landing magic husband. You can land magic husband, but maybe also you should, you know, be a cool, well-realized character on your own behalf. You know, that's how I feel about that. How do you do Super Worlds? One level at a time. You can always resubmit, and people have done that before. People have gone all the way around in the cube 4. What am I doing here? I'm trying to get that to spawn, so I suppose I'm trying to bomb these guys. That's it. These guys are the crystals. This is the ice grotto of Zora Fountain. So this will be nice and short, and we'll push some blocks around, and that'll be that. But yeah, Super Worlds always get the 7 lives. Oh, wait, 7 lives. Super World. You're right. Good call. I forgot. I also forgot to randomize the bonus heads. They randomize. And I hide them so I can't see what it's landing on. And it landed on Wario. Good old Zelda push block puzzles. That is definitely a genre of Zelda puzzle. I don't know if they're like the best genre, but they are certainly one of them. Like, I do think that if you're making a Zelda-type game, you could maybe leave those ones out, or speed them up tremendously. I don't know. I guess Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, both forgoed those for you know, vehicle problems and things of that nature. Hey, this is our coin hunt. This coin hunt is our crystal hunt. And this is the thing where the propeller is going across the whole screen. This is where the propeller is propelling around the center, and you get you collect the silver rupees while avoiding it. Now that we got the key, we can go in the door. Once we have activated the on-off, which we will do a little later in the dungeon. That's right, because first, in this dungeon, you go one way, and you get some blue fire, and then you come back, and you can do the other stuff. What is blue fire here? Are the bombs? Just the on-off, I guess. The on-off is blue fire. Yep, on-off is blue fire. This is the most convenient blue fire we've ever gotten, insofar as we don't have to backtrack for it ever again. It's just permanently on now. And indeed, would this be blue? I guess that would be blue fire. Under other circumstances. And now all these blue firewalls are like burnt down. That's right, it's red ice. And that makes sense because they're red blocks. It's actually kind of perfect, low-key. Spoilers, but yes, we are getting the iron boots in this dungeon. I'm kidding. Obviously, everyone knows that. Or, I'll say, if you're waiting for the remake, sorry. Maybe they'll change it in the remake. Maybe they'll add dungeons. Maybe they'll, You think there's any chance of, like, like a Temple of Time dungeon or something like that? A dungeon for the light medallion? You think there's any shot of that whatsoever? What would y'all make the odds of that? They really should? You don't think they will? I feel like it's possible. You know, this is more of a remake than any of the previous remakes. I think. So I would expect it sooner than, like, you know, obviously, like Wind Waker, they didn't add a bunch of, like, the dungeons that never were in Wind Waker, though. Honestly, I'd love to see a mod of Wind Waker that added, like, a couple extra dungeons and all that. I feel like the sand ship, I feel like the ghost ship and the sand ship, I feel like those two ideas were once, I feel like the sand ship was the original idea for the, ghost ship. And that was the original idea for how to get the Triforce. That is my baseless speculation, based on what we know about the dungeons that were cut, which is very, very little. Probably also there'd be a water dungeon. That'd probably be the other one for Big Fish. Big Fish Island, temple. It is really cool and thematic that, like, you know, that Ganon is, that Ganon, like, destroys, Big Fish Island. I do think that's really cool. But I also think that, I also think that, rip. Yeah. I do also think that, I would love to see those dungeons. And the dungeons are the best part of any Zelda game, so, you know, yeah. Is this the block puzzle room? I think this might be the block puzzle room. But what exactly is the snowball representing? Block? Could be the block. Moving the block around to here so you can get a lift up on it. In a way. Yeah, this is definitely the ice blocks that you push around, and here's where we get a lift up on them to go to the upper level. And we do something up here, and then we oh, yeah. We do some switchies and stuff, and then it opens the way. And now we hop on this again. We're moving the ice block around. This is the ice cavern. Very well represented. I don't have time. Okay, now I'm gonna have to push this all the way back. Now I'm gonna reverse it. This is not how it would work in the original game. There was no point at which you had to get the ice there fast enough to do a thing. Wait. I could have stopped it by jumping on it. Also, apparently I don't need it at all. It's block time has been over. And I could have remembered that if I had remembered that. Have you ever had 20 Pikmin thrown at you? It's been known to happen. From time to time. That's another switch. It's been known to happen. Why? Get that down. And, wait, what? Ow, 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 ow! Can I move this? No, I can't. Oof. Oof, indeed. I have this ride that I can get. Maybe it's the other way. Maybe I bump it the other way. It's still there. Now you push the ice block. Oh! I've moved the crap. I've cleared the way. I've cleared other ice blocks out of the way. And now I can get this ice block to where it's going. I got it. That's the metaphor here. It's hard to change a two-dimensional ice block puzzle that works because you can see what's forward and what's ahead. That's gonna destroy it. Damn it. Into a it is very easy to fuck up your ice puzzle like in the original game and then have to go back to go get your ice puzzle again and go, god damn it. Okay, starting it over again. It's fine. It's good. I got this time. Here, speed it up. I can make it go faster. That'll help. Oh wait, I need to... No! Oh, thank God. There's that's what the treadmill is for. Okay. We solved it. And for all our troubles, we got a key, which will take us to the boss. Too real. It is too real. Wait, there's no boss in this. This is just a cutscene. That's Sheik! That's Sheik! Wait! In this version, we have to... Wait, no, this is like the Wolfos or whatever. Okay, you're right, this is the Wolfos. You do fight a Wolfos. I thought that was Sheik. I thought Sheik was like, well, Sheik is a boot, it turns out. Oh, no, these are the Iron Boots. These are the Iron Boots, of course. And then, probably the next level will be Sheik teaching us the song. And, right, yes. Great level, Barnstormer. As per usual, another installment of, Ocarina of Time, as told through the lens of Mario. Next level will be Water Temple? No, it's probably going to be Serenade of Water. And then maybe... Probably not Lake Hylia. Probably... You think no Lake Hylia? Maybe we learn the Serenade of Water, and then we go to Lake Hylia, and it ends with the... Probably another level or two before the Water Temple, I think. Yeah, it will be a water level with boots. That's an odd combination. Can you ground pound? How does the boot work with water? Serenade of Water and then Fish Pond minigame? Ha! Okay. I'm hitting complete. Go ahead, put that back in there. If you so please. X-Cube just GG'd. But it is time for more anime talk, so let's do another 3 cards real fast and talk about them in turn. I watched the first episode of Magical Girl Lyrica Nonoha Exceeds Gun Blaze Vengeance. I watched the first episode of The Duke's Son Claims He Won't Love Me Yet. He Showers Me with Affection. Adoration. That's what the name of the thing is. And I also watched the first episode of Rich Girl Caretaker. I'm secretly the caregiver of the most popular girl in the rich kid high school. Yeah, all of these are long titles. Visual novels do that. Visual novels for you. Those are all visual novel-ash titles. I don't know if they're all visual novels or if that's just the trend of titles in Japan these days. Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha Exceeds Gun Blaze Vengeance. I thought it was kind of cool up front. It's set in a world where basically aliens apparently invaded, like, or some sort of something invaded, like, 30 years before the plot. And basically they are treated as, like, invasive species to be hunted in the present, even though they are gigantic monsters, kaiju-sized monstrosities. And it's kind of cool, the main character running around with a shotgun and a rifle and doing some shotgun business. But very quickly she runs up against things that cannot be beat with shotguns, but instead take unconvincing special effects to beat, which is less good. Also, it was 15 minutes long, and honestly, I was ready at the 20-minute point to go like, okay, well, I'll decide next week how I feel about it. And then I saw it was 50 minutes long, and I was like, oh god, I actually don't want to watch another 30 minutes right now. And then especially because, you know, like I was saying, I was kind of behind all weekend on anime, so 50-minute episode is just like immediately like, oh my god, that's not good. It's 5 a.m. Okay. And then I said, okay, you know what? I'm watching through it, and I watched through it. It did go some interesting places. It does merge the two types of combat eventually, kind of, more or less. And that's kind of fun, but I wasn't really feeling the characters. It was a bit heavy on emotional stuff that didn't work for me. I didn't really care for it that much. I was just like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna trust the feeling I got when I saw it was longer. If you're watching a thing and you realize it's twice the length, and if your reaction isn't like, ooh, more for me, but instead like, oh no, maybe you shouldn't be watching then. Maybe that's a good sign that, like, out of here, let's go. Mind you, like 20 minutes a week for all these shows, I'm fine with. So, you know, like, honestly, a lot of shows would not survive a 2-episode premiere. You kind of have to be one of the best shows of the season to manage that, and that show was not one of them. The Duke's Son, it's a Cinderella-like. It's another Cinderella type, except not really, not quite. Because the main girl is well liked. She's just like a country bumpkin who likes to grow vegetables and stuff, and she is kind of nice, but she gets a new husband, and he's like, I'm marrying you for political reasons that don't make sense to the audience. And I'm just kind of like left kind of bored by that. Kind of a boring explanation, and I'm not really confident that it's going to go anywhere interesting. I've seen a bunch of shows like this, and oftentimes they really struggle to, you know, once they get past their happy ending premise, it's like, where the fuck are you gonna go with this? Is this just like 12 episodes of like wish fulfillment? What if my husband was nice to me? Like, I guess basically it's like, okay, well, even if the main character is nice, the main dude just seems boring, and yeah, I've seen better shows than this that weren't worth watching. Rich Girl Caretaker is basically a dude is tasked with taking care of an Umaru-chan, like from the show Umaru-chan. You know, Himoto Umaru-chan, where the girl, she's really polished and put together at school, and behind the scenes, she just loafs around and stuff, and he has to take care of her while she's in her loaf-out mode, as well as cover for her, and make sure no one sees her loaf-out mode. It's like, you know, Maru, but with a little bit of romance, like, added in as, like, an extra element. Though I'll say, I think that, like, her Maru form is, like, really just almost brain dead insofar as just like she would wet herself if someone's not watching her to make sure that she doesn't, right? Like, oh, you're basically acting like you don't just this is not very attractive, actually. It's not like she just became like juvenile. It's like she became a baby, which is not hot. And I don't know how this dude is going to manage some romantic feels, but I'm gonna watch more of it. I think it could be fun. It seems pretty alright so far. I don't mind it. Tentative. Yeah, I think that's the 3 of this set. An okay set. But, well, no. 2 bad and 1 okay. And I do think, like, with the way Saturdays are typically pretty packed, I think I have to be very skeptical that a show... I have to decide in the next 2 weeks which ones I'm keeping and which ones I'm not. And I don't know about that one. I'll say, by the way, for the record, if you're wondering, X-Cube is up, by the way. Did X-Cube confirm? Did I do the thing? X-Cube, newest level, please. Okay, good. I don't think I did the thing, but X-Cube is here to confirm. Wonderful. 0% clear rate. That means we get the whole 9. You love the middle 3 digits of Barnstormer's code? I have seen... Oh, damn it. I have seen that code many a time. I have not, I have not, fuck. What the hell am I... This has never been cleared before, but not because they died in this fashion. This is not a good way to die. What the hell is this, though? Let's focus and get it done. This is a new level. This might be... Right, no, only us have played it, so this might be traditional style. We might be fine. You know what? I'll say, well, we're probably fine. I think we're going to be fine. I almost fell right into the damn lava there. I should be a little bit careful. I don't know if I could see the lava from where I was standing, for what it's worth. I don't know if I could have done. I think I got mildly lucky. Mildly. Mildly. But let's be very careful and deploy the vine. We're going to have to climb on this. And oh boy. What anti-softlock? Imagine what anti-softlock would make of this. Is there someone by the name of anti-softlock? I'm not familiar with an anti-softlock. Is that like a she hates vines? I'm not familiar with her game. I suppose she's another Mario Maker streamer. I should try to know more Mario Maker streamers as a Mario Maker streamer. That would be good for me and good for you know, that's a kind of networking I really should engage in more often, I guess. If there's a Discord where Mario Maker people hang out and where they're cool and good, maybe I should join it and, like, try to chat or something, I don't know. Or share the stream there, I don't know. Maybe that'd be a cool thing to do. Does, you know, when during SGDQ, when they talk about community, and there being one, that sounds nice. I wouldn't mind being more connected to other Mario Maker streamers. Really wouldn't. There have been a couple collabs that from Mario Maker people that have been offered. The timing just has never been perfect. It's never been perfect. Also, I just tend to plan out all my shit way the fuck ahead of time, you know. It just doesn't work out. What the hell? This is cool. I like this a lot. I like this chain ball stuff. I see what we're doing here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You'll have to pay her a visit. I bet she'll like that. Anti-softlock's not bad. I have before said, you know, I am an uncle now. Having uncle as part of, I do think it's cool having aunt or uncle as part of an internet name. Obviously, I wasn't an uncle when I was 14, and I came up with Master DS. But, you know, these third, you know... What was it? I like the character Uncle Amiibo from Mario Odyssey. Uncle Amiibo is a very funny name. You could easily be Uncle Amiibo, and that'd be a good, there's gotta be an Uncle Amiibo by now, right? That has to exist in a streamer capacity. Maybe it'd be hard because, like, people are Googling for, the Odyssey character, and, you know, buries your search results a little bit. I think my search results are buried by the Masters, which is a golf tournament, which has most of my letters other than D. So, I think, you know, it's, very likely to be treated as a typo. But, whatever. It's fine. It's cool. Thank you for the level. We completed it. Very good. Nice traditional stuff. Not hard at all. Those first two, deaths were, flukes. I believe that was first clear. How do you like that? First clear. Let's go. 3 pull. Another 3. Anime. I watched the first episode of Kai Kigumi. The first episode of Iron Walk Jan. And watched the first episode of The World's Strongest Rearguard. Alright, let's see. Let's Go Kakigumi is a comedy about a guy who is scared of ghosts and a guy who is like a girl who is kind of spooky. It's a girl who is kind of spooky. That main character is a girl who is like trying to lead an organization that makes things scary. And since she does a bad job at it, even though she's kind of spooky looking, It seems like people won't be scared in the future, is what the dude postulates. And he says, like, oh, I don't want other people not to be scared of things. That's unfair. I want everyone to be as scared as I am of ghosts, so I will help you make people be scared of ghosts. It's kind of a funny concept. I don't know if it's super funny as a show. Like, nothing in it really, like, made me, like, laugh hard. But it's like, okay. I gave it a tentative. Honestly, I'll probably drop it very soon. I don't know if it gets a third episode. We will see. Iron Walk Jan is sort of like Food Wars we have at home, except it turns out, actually, you'll find out the history of it. Apparently, it's a very, very, very popular manga from like the 80s or something, 80s, 90s, that is sort of like the precursor to Food Wars. So, actually, it's unfair to compare it to Food Wars so directly and to, you know, say it's bad things about it that way, but it's pretty solid. It is a guy who goes to a restaurant and is like, you guys are shit. I'm going to cook better than you. And then he does. And it's kind of interesting the techniques and improvisations he seems to roll out in order to make that happen. Also, it's Chinese cuisine. And also, like, yeah, I don't know, like, how exactly this expands beyond that and becomes, like, something that would be a precursor to Food Wars. Like, are they constantly doing food competitions at this restaurant? Are they going out and competing with other restaurants? Like, I don't know exactly how that unfolds, but apparently this is one of the most popular food manga in the world, so I guess it's going to be real damn good. So, very promising. And I'll say the first episode was real good. Not exactly to the level of, like, Food Wars' first episode, but, you know, it's good cooking. And well-researched and interesting. And then the world's strongest rear guard is unremarkable. I do think there are some interesting things about this, insofar as it's like, okay, well, it's an isekai, where apparently it seems like everyone in the world gets isekai'd into the same universe. So there's like hundreds of people who are all isekai'd, and they're all doing like fantasy RPG stuff. But like, you know, that's kind of an interesting premise, but they have to spend most of the episode explaining it, and also explaining like, oh, there's dude's former boss, and there's like characters from dude's work who he saw who was on the bus that died with him when the bus crashed or whatever. And also the action is mid, and it's full of exposition in this first episode. And also, it's so generic, it's not even you know, there's so many isekai RPG coded shows. This one doesn't really stand out or deserve any sort of consideration. I think it's just nah, sorry. Thank you, Shampoost, for the follow. That's lovely. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you. It's not exactly bad, but I think when your premise is like, oh, it's the same thing as 100 other shows, you know, I think there's a higher bar for like, yeah, you came to share a level, but you came because of the anime review. Well, it's sort of a first impression, but it's also sort of a review because, yeah, you know, it's unremarkable. I got a lot more. I watched 29 anime in the last week since the last Mario Maker stream, and we're going through all of them in between levels, 3 at a time. We got some good. There's some good ones. They're not all bad. I'll say it's been a great week for Yuri. But I guess also I consider the circus show to be Yuri. Maybe it's not Yuri. I don't know if it's Yuri. It feels like Yuri. Those girls looked at each other. They definitely looked at each other. Look. They were definitely looking at each other. There was definitely some feelings. Yuri's good. Yuri's good. It's good Yuri this time. It's good Yuri. We're gonna talk about girls. Real ladies don't play fighting games later. In a bit. Should I be teasing upcoming animes from future polls? I'll say also, by the way, worth noting that specifically going over new shows, because if I went over old shows, there'd be like 6 more of them, and it's too many. Already it's too many to cover in one stream. in addition to covering Tormenta Rampaging Run, which just opened at my local Six Flags over Texas Park, and also SGDQ, and also Xbox burning down, shooting themselves in the head repeatedly because they're tired of being in the industry and making games and whatever their fucking problem is. You linked a troll level, nothing Kaizo, but want to be the guy style. Okay, I wasn't sure how that was going to work. I kind of thought I would miss it. I should have been trying to run against the wall soon as I released the snowball. That would have been safe either way, whichever way it goes. Cool, Shampooist. I can't wait. This is the lightning round, by the way. So the level will get somewhere between 5 and 12 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. Keep that in mind, but hey, it does mean that this queue is less long than it seems. That time we missed. But it's good to be ready just in case, whichever way happens. There we go. Do I need my Yoshi? Yes, and I can take my Yoshi through this way. You're fine with being skipped? Don't worry, it's fun. It's fun. The lightning round is a good time. It will be good. Every try will be more impactful than it otherwise would be. And, when we beat it, it'll be fun. Don't worry. Also, if you're not here, we still play the level, but with a lot fewer tries, which means that there would be a lot less opportunity for funny deaths. It is a cool thing. 12 is a good amount of tries, I think, even for a troll level. We could see up to 12 trolls. We could see maybe 11 trolls and then finish the level. Wouldn't that be something? Wow. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you, Mathlete. I'm hitting complete. 06I is up next. 06I. Just GG'd. Fantastic. Good. Okay. Another 3-pull. Here we go. Another 3 anime. I watched the first episode of Sparks of Tomorrow, watched the first episode of Goodbye Laura, and watched the first episode of The Insipid Prince's Furtive Grab for the Throne. Furtive. Sparks of Tomorrow seems like fun. You got ads? Bad luck. Yeah, well, you're gonna get some ads. I'll say I have short ads. I have short ads compared to what other people do, I think. I think Sparks of Tomorrow is really fun. It is about a inventor, a rascal, sort of like a, you know, kind of, what would be the comparison? Like an Edward Elric type? Sort of a rascal, sort of a rapscallion, sort of a ne'er-do-well sort of type. He's running around trying to invent electricity and make electricity happen in a steampunk world. And already, the characters are real solid. The plot is already going in an interesting direction where there seems to be a lot going on and forces up against them. Good night, Barnstormer. Have a good one. It's solid. It's real good. I hereby recommend Sparks of Tomorrow. I think it's going to be a solid show with a cool setting. See, this is what you should do. You should do a show set in a weird setting no one's done in forever, in a while, and make it sort of a shonen show with some action and some intrigue and some interesting technology, scientist stuff happening. That's the stuff. Do that instead of a million isekais that are all the same, I think. I don't know. I'll say a good isekai is cool, though. Speaking of something that's not that similar to an isekai, actually, in some ways, you'll see if you watch the show. I'll say no more, say no more. This is sort of a Little Mermaid. Goodbye Laura is literally, actually, Little Mermaid. I didn't realize it was literally Little Mermaid, but, you know, it's you're watching it, and it's really well done, about a show about a mermaid living down in mermaid world, and looking up at the world above and going like, what if? And then she goes, you know, there's a point where you're like, oh shit, this is the same story. Okay, yeah, I know where this is going. Yeah, you went to the evil witch, no voice. Okay, literally the same deal. Gotcha. Okay, then it's a really good version of Little Mermaid that's really well paced and really I think Laura is a fantastic character. She's really likable. It's very well done. Really good to look at. Very charming. A very charming first episode, and then like the ending happens and it sort of shows like what the rest of the show will be. And I've blurred out the part of this description that tells you what the rest of the show will be because I do think it is better when you see it for yourself. Maybe it's not better. Maybe you're now imagining like a million things that could be better than what it actually is. But I'll say, as someone who likes what it is, it really had a punch. And really was like, oh, this has been a great version of Little Mermaid. And now it's going to go in a completely new direction that just sounds fun as hell and good as hell. And I'm really looking forward to next week's episode, honestly, and seeing, like, where it's going with this new direction. And, yeah, highly recommended. Goodbye, Laura. Insipid Prince, I didn't like at all. The main problem is that, well, I say the main problem. It is a show about a prince who is pretending to be an adventurer. Oh, you're pretending to be an adventurer in an RPG world? Oh, how fun. How novel. I've not seen an adventurer in an RPG world with a guild hall and everything, and F rank and S rank and all that stuff. That's new. That's brand new. It hasn't been seen a million times before. The main problem, though, I would say, is that the main dude sucks. He's kind of an asshole. He's kind of a dick. He's kind of running around being like, he arrives at, like, the lady's house in another country, and he's like, I'm the adventurer. He's, like, disguised. He's not really. I come on behalf of the prince, myself. And then when he's turned away, he shows up as the prince and is like, this is an outrage! And you're just like, and I'm just like, I don't care. What the fuck? This prince is a dickhead. He shows up unannounced and is just, like, trying to get people fired for just... trying to get people fired, and moreover, trying to be like, I deserve to have an audience or maybe even a companionship of your daughter. I deserve your daughter for this offense to me, or some shit. I don't even know why he's doing it. I don't even care. He's just chewing up the scenery, being a total ass, and I don't like him at all. And for that reason, it's an easy thing to just say, fuck this, fuck you, fuck off. And yeah, that's the end of that 3-pull. Okay. 065. Wait, did 065 say anything? 065 did say GG. Perfect. Okay. Good. We're good. Okay. Always good to make sure that we're keeping up, but at this rate, 065 is always usually good for it, so I wouldn't worry. It is getting late, though. I will say we have started the stream later than usual. We got 3%, so we get the bonus heads. 3% clear rate. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, Simpsons. Nice. Let's do it. We're doing it to it. Alright, so... looks like we have another balloon level. We had another balloon level earlier today. How funny that we had multiple balloon levels in one day. Oh, shit. This is a balloon survival. Wow. Usually balloon levels have to be pretty easy because, like, if you lose the balloon, like, either what? Do you have an ability to get the balloon back? I guess they're either really easy or really hard. Insofar as, like, well, you can either be very forgiving or not forgiving at all. Insofar as you lose the balloon, you're done, versus you lose the balloon, it's still a regular level or whatnot. In this case, we lose the balloon, we're done. Though also, it's not been that hard, but anyway. Maybe these are reset doors. Maybe we're not so much done as much as we are just resets. Which is not bad either. Am I going to first try this and make my saying that this was hard? Well, we at least first tried the segments. Are we gonna first try it overall and make me saying that this is a hard one? Silly in retrospect? No, we're not gonna first try it, but we are going to complete it, I think. I don't think this is that hard. It's somewhat challenging. It falls in the realm of somewhat. Maybe we also should, like, bait the, Okay, yeah, if we hang back, we can thread the needle on these more easily. If we, like, position ourselves just so, we can find the, better place to, slip through. Oh god, there's 2 of them now. 2 of the, Ludwigs? Ludwigs, I think. 5 tries left. Maybe we got the knack of it, but can we knack it with all the way? When it's doubly, hard here? Whoa! I'm going with maybe. I think we maybe can definitely do it. Okay, we got double. We got double. Oh god. Wonder if we can make them sync up. Would that be a bad thing or a good thing? That finding a hole with a synced up Ludwigs maybe would be harder. Maybe it'd be fine. This is real good, 06i. I think you found a real good one. As per usual. You've gotten us some real cool, neat stuff that really pushes the envelope. So much of Mario Maker, so much stuff people have made pushes the envelope in cool, unique ways. I think that, you know, as a people, as a body of people making levels, people have done some amazing stuff, and, yeah, I think synced up might be harder than unsynced up, actually. Not that I know how to manipulate that off the top of my head. People have done amazing things, and this is one of them. An amazing thing. This particular projectile, because it's 3 projectiles, low-key, one of the harder ones that you could have for this. One of the harder ones that you could have. You have to avoid, 2. We have to avoid 6, rather than, like, if there was a second, if that was, like, a, you know, Wendy or something. Just be a single one to avoid. I suppose Wendy's do come back at you, so, like, if Wendy's hit the... I guess if it was Wendy's, it could hit the central peg, and then it would, bounce off, so that one wouldn't work for reasons. But there's other ones that don't bounce off that could, do... Oh, I think we got it. I think this is it. I think this is it. We're avoiding them. We're avoiding them really well. We're not just going through the gaps, we're going... 3! No! That was the last try, too! That was close. Holy shit. It was definitely challenging. I can confirm that. That's challenging for sure. Okay. Really cool. Really cool. Not this time it would look like it would appear. And, maybe I could have waited to see if there were any subs that wanted to, like, refresh, but I don't think there are at this time. Let me know. In general, by the way, subs. Let me know before the level ends if you're going to, if you're thinking about it. That would help me to, know when it's time to, hit dismiss versus, you know, not. Or if, like, the person is a sub, I'll probably, like, hold up for that reason. But, currently, no. Okay. Hit and dismiss. Hit and lost. Countess Timpani up next. Okay. Countess Timpani, go ahead and confirm you know what to do. Let's go. Another 3 pull. Another 3 pull here. I watched the first episode of Love Unseen Beneath the Clear Night Sky. I watched the first episode of A Livid Lady's Guide to Getting Even, How I Crushed My Homeland with My Mighty Grimoires. And I watched the first episode of Flaming Dodgeball Girl Danko. Let me say, by the way, sometimes when I say I watched the first episode, what I mean is I watched some of the first episode and said, fuck this, I don't want to watch it. Let me clarify. Let me say, sometimes I watched the whole thing. A lot of these I did to give them a full shot, but not one, not all. If otherwise noted. Love Unseen Beneath the Clear Night Sky seems like a pretty good show. Seems perfectly fine. I feel like at this point in watching shows, I was getting a little bit more, like, selective a little bit, because I think this is one of the Saturday shows. Might be one of the Sunday shows at this point. And Saturday and Sunday are both looking really stacked. But what it is it's a romance about a blind girl romance. I don't think it's as strong as, like, you know, oh, that's Monday? Well, I don't know what I was thinking then. Maybe I was just tired. This show seems fine so far. I'm not sure 100% about the dude. Like, here's the thing. So it's a rom-com about a or a rom-dram maybe. I don't know. Is that a different? It doesn't have the comedy tag, does it? It's more of a romance. It's a romance about a dude who is dating a blind girl, and seems kind of nice. Seems kind of good. It doesn't seem as strong as, like, you know, there's been other disability romances in recent years, like y'all remember A Sign of Affection. It's not to that level, but like that was one of the best shows of its season. You know, that was a fucking great show, and this show is not fucking great. It's good. It's fine. The guy seems all right. He seems like he's a little like it's a bit like he's constantly walking on eggshells, and I don't really care for that personally. He's a little bit stiff, but hey, you know, maybe that's character growth. Maybe he gets there over time, and I think it'll be worth watching for that. Timpani is here. Great. Perfect. And I think the girl is all right. She, mostly so far, has mostly just talked about her condition rather than herself, but there have been a couple cute scenes that give me some confidence that this could be pretty cute and good by the end, especially as they warm up to each other and it, like, gets somewhere good. I think this could be good, or it might be just a little bit mid. A little bit just average. Pick a level you haven't played yet? Will do. A Livid Lady's Guide to Getting Even, How I Crushed My Homeland with My Mighty Grimoires, is like a good example of, hey, it's the tropes, but it's taking it in a good direction. You know, I'll say this is in a lot of ways a pretty standard trope these days of just like, oh, the prince is like, I'm choosing to disown my fiance. My fiance is now disowned, and I'm dating this new girl who is gonna be the new princess. And there's a lot of shows that have that basic concept, but this one I think is taking it in a fun, exciting direction insofar as, you know, I think I said a few months ago, or like 6 months ago, when there was the Holy Grail show, where the idea was like, oh, you know, that sort of trope happens, and a spooky bitch ghost inhabits the main character and like bitches out the whole and like cusses out the whole like the whole gallery, and that was kind of fun. And honestly, actually, I do think that show kind of lost me in the end, and I was pretty unhappy with it by the end. But I said at the time that I feel like it would be even better if the main character just snapped herself and went from super nice to being like, you know what, fuck you, fuck off, I'm done with you. You go fuck yourself, and I'm going to do everything in my power to fuck you over. And that's basically what this is. She is out for revenge. She has some really good magic. She has like a bunch of like knowledge about like how to run a state and like statecraft and things of that nature. She has like a whole organization of a whole company that she owns that is like, you know, very prosperous and a very good like tool for getting revenge with. And all that is very cool and interesting, and some real potential for some genuinely good revenge, which I think is phenomenal. You know, like when I was talking about the earlier show where it was like, oh, in this show, instead of getting revenge, I get a husband. was like the thing that the main character did, and I'm just like, that doesn't do anything for me. I think the best revenge is just revenge. This is that. This is the best revenge is revenge. She's getting revenge, and it seems very fun. I am way into it. Yeah. Livid Lady. I think it's gonna be good. And finally, Flaming Dodgeball Danko. It's a sequel to a show from 40 years ago, and it really feels like it, and it kind of looks like it as well. It is ugly. It is not. Its humor does not gel with me. I did not like the 2 minutes that I watched before I was like, okay, I'm fucking out of here. What the fuck? Also, it didn't get picked up by any streaming service, so you kind of have to go out of your way to get it. I'll say, when you have to go out of your way, and it can be a while, it can take some time before it is findable even, you know, until you can make it happen in perfectly acceptable ways. It's annoying when it's bad as well. That also is the thing that makes me a little more picky, just like, was it easy to get to? No? Well, fuck that then. And it's not good either? Fuck that then. Okay. I'm not really a big fan of really, really old style whatever the hell that is. It did not work for me. I don't like it at all. Just no. Is my big takeaway there. Fortunately, there's plenty of other shows that are better, and you know, that's an H. I wasn't wrong there. What the hell? N. 2 N's in a row. There we go. Wrong third letter. We got there about the same time. I think, actually, Countess Timpani, you were a little faster this time. Let's go. Winter Wonderland, full of lots of blue platforms. A clear rate of 0.07%. 007. Almost. Well, it's kind of, yeah, it's 007. That is a 007, but should the first 0 count? Let's do it. It's like 07, 0.07. You know what? Probably also, in addition to the precision here, it's probably also a tight timer, so let's, do our best. I mean, I'll say, we're getting many jumps in. We're getting many jumps in. But I feel like, no matter how many jumps in we get, we're gonna find out, like, 200 seconds later, that, it's tougher than we think. Let's do this. Or maybe it's just a factor of how long it takes. Countess Timpani just said, this timer's just low to show the level's not too long. Okay. So it's not that everyone gets all the way. I mean, this level's pretty hard. These are pretty precise jumps. To do 100 of them. What's the world record? 1.5 minutes. To do 1.5 minutes of these perfectly is challenging. The clear rate makes sense given the given. Woo! Oh, I already, yeah, that one. Precise! It is precise. It is very precise. Let's go. Was that the same? I don't know if we're dying on this. Okay, that was not the same. I don't know if we're dying on the same jump. The second half was responsible for many of the deaths. Oh shit. This is just the first half. There's a harder part to come. Is there a checkpoint? Oh, it'd be nice if there was a checkpoint, but, wait, what's this? This is new. We're making serious strides here. We're getting pretty far here. Oh my god. That might be as far as we get. I think that was a pretty fucking good run. I was pretty happy with that run. We finished the level that you submitted earlier, right? We finished the, that one? Yeah, that was, we had more time for that. We had another 12 minutes, so... As far as Timpani levels, we're 1 for 2, I guess. Unless you count the time that it did take 2 submissions and like 15 minutes to get through that one. We're batting above average as far as your levels go, I think, this week. Okay? We're here again. Okay. You think the close clear rate of your level is 0.24%? Dang. A clear is a clear, regardless of submission count. Yes. So we cleared one, and we haven't cleared another, so we're 1 for 2. I mean, we could just try that one again next time you're up, and I wouldn't lose more ground, but you know, you tell us what we should and shouldn't do, and yeah. Okay, I'm hitting dismiss, and that's another level down, or another level not down. It's precisely the opposite of down. I think Chard was saying earlier that probably this will be a sudden death. I think that probably means Chard has gone to sleep. It's worth noting again, it's past midnight now. It's later in the stream than it would be usually, given that we started late because of the SGDQ and it being the thing. Chard, if you are here, go ahead and confirm. If you're not, after the cards, it'll be sudden death. You know how it works. And I think earlier you said that you got it. Your lowest cleared level is 0.01 because someone beat your Muncher Catcher 502nd level. Wow, you are really making a lot of work for Project 0%. You are like one of the biggest. You might be a big contributor to the next story. You're waiting for the next, you know, the next. Whenever they announced that Mario Maker 2, it would be really wild if, like, you know what you should do? You should, like, stock up some. Do you have uncompleted levels? Let me see. You should stock up some, like, real motherfuckers, and whenever they announce they're closing the doors, just immediately put them all out, and then, you know, there's a good chance you could, your levels would be a big part of that story. Actually, looks like, yeah, no, just someone's managed to clear all of them. Wow. People really are capable of amazing things these days. They're getting ahead of their, well, this one hasn't been. They're getting ahead of their, Project 0%. This one hasn't been either. You got 2 zeros, 3 zeros. I think you got, real potential to be part of that narrative once, the rubber hits the road. 4 zeros. You could save us time and just tell us how many zeros you have. 5. It's a good number. We're not halfway down the list. Probably I don't think a third. You think that your levels are that hard compared to new soup levels? It's possible, but they are very tedious, and they take, a lot of them are 500 seconds. You know, a lot of them are like survival for 500 seconds. That's, you know, it's not just hard, but it is time consuming, and that's a difficulty multiplier right there. I assume it meets the criteria. I assume these are like legitimately, what is this, like 6? I assume these are legitimately uploaded. They wouldn't be falling under the category of tasks or whatever, right? Like trimming the herds. You actually did sit through 8 minutes of survival on all of these uncleared ones that are, you know, minutes long. You actually did do these, right? Yeah, I think I see like 7, 8. Like 7, 8, maybe upwards of 10. I think we're good. I want to know. I lost count. I won't know. Even if I see the last of them. Well, someone will know. Someone can look over this later and do an actual count. And I can only do that if I get to the end. There were like 7 or 8. And I think they'll be pretty tough, too. I think they were pretty tough ones. That's it. Yeah. I got cards. Do the anime cards. There's 10 of them. There's a bunch of them. We gotta keep making progress with them in between every level. I watched the first episode of Forsaken Saintress and her foodie road trip in another world. I watched the first episode of Oh Boy, I Was Wrong About Her. And I watched the first episode of Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games. Yeah, there were 29 new shows this week. Forsaken Fortress seems like fun. It's a isekai. It's sort of a RV camping isekai where the main character has her RV camper in another world and she makes good food and she drives around and she's very chill. She has a wonderful, positive attitude where she's just gung-ho and positive about everything going on and very well adjusted for having just entered an isekai world and just wants to chill out and do some camping and maybe hang out with some dungeon people, some adventurers, in other words. I like the main character a ton. The food is nice, the vibes are good, and it just has, like, it reminds me of, like, other chill, food-based, like, camping isekai, and, was there a camping isekai? I think there was a camping. Or was that the one where the guy had the dog? Would that be camping isekai? That's campfire isekai, isn't it? That's right. That's what that. It reminds me of that one, I'll say, and that's a good thing. I do see the end of there where it says like, it says like, oh, it's gonna be leisurely exploring the world, right? Or maybe that's how the story should have gone, but it looks like the road is going unexpected direction. I'll say, like, I kind of just like the slice of life stuff. I don't necessarily need it to be action or adventure. I do see down there it says action and adventure, so okay. Well, make sure that there's plenty of RV stuff and I'm good. Little not sure about that, but so far it's been very fun. Oh boy, I was wrong about her. Seems like a good rom-com. Seems like fine. Seems honestly, I first had this at tentative, and then I thought about it, and it's like, I have no reason to be tentative about this. This seems pretty solid. Vending Machine Isekai was pretty good, though I think it fell off bigly after first season. Second season was less good, and I dropped it at third season. Loved the first season. I feel like, with a Vending Isekai especially, that's a great example of a show that the more it is about action and combat, the less I like it. The more that it is about being a shopkeeper, being a vending machine, the more I liked it, and the ratio just went more and more towards bad action as it went on, unfortunately. Oh boy, I was wrong about her. Seems like a good, nice rom-com. The boy has a childhood friend who he thought was a boy, and was like a rambunctious, menacing childhood friend, and he finds out that she's actually a girl, and she is now just as touchy, just as willing to grab him by the hand and drag him places as an adult, and clearly that's going to go in romantic directions, which is pretty good. Yeah, that's good about Slime as well. I do feel like I'm having diminishing returns with Slime, but I also feel like it's better. It's probably better than it was last season with all the meetings and stuff. That season was rough. This season's better than that, I'll say. You think season 4 of Slime is going to be the best season? That's this season? 60 episodes, season... What? Is that the next season? Okay. Well, shit. We'll see. I'm not really feeling super strong about Slime right now, but honestly... Wait, it's 60 episodes now? I thought it was 24. Didn't know it was keeping on going. Oh. That's a surprise. Okay. Well, I do think it's better than last season, I'll say. And also, like, yeah, with more time, they can do more things. I don't know how to feel about Slime right now. I liked Slime Diaries a lot. I love Slime Diaries. I want more Slime Diaries, honestly. Oh boy, I was wrong about her. Seems fine. I'm not super strong on it, but it seems like a nice romance. Nothing wrong with it. And I think it's not on the busiest day. I think it's not on a terribly busy day. Last, if I recall. I don't know. Maybe. Something to think about later. Young girls, young ladies don't play fighting games. Really fucking good. I'll say, for what it's worth, I did happen to read some of this manga. It's one of the very few manga that I read for some reason like 6-7 years ago. And I read only a little bit of it, so I haven't seen that much. I haven't read that much of it, but it's basically like a Street Fighter 6 Yuri. It reminded me a lot of, the good comparison would be, you know that show where the girls at the fancy school, they played rock music? Or like heavy metal music? It's like that insofar as like, they are very technical, they are very, you know, they talk about Street Fighter very technically, and they also like are very prone to like popping off, you know, trash talking, things of that nature, and it's very fun to see posh ladies go, "Yeah!" and shit, you know, just scream their hearts out after they win a tight round or some shit. Like, that shit goes hard, and this show does go hard, and, yeah, it's fun stuff. It is Yuri, it goes hard, and, you know, the novelty of seeing posh, highly educated, you know, fancy rich school girls, you know, doing Hadoukens and things of that nature is pretty cool. Also, it literally just has Street Fighter, like the actual game. They're actually playing the actual game in the actual show. It's literally Street Fighter 6. Maybe other games as well as the show goes. I don't know. But, it seems pretty well researched. It seems like, I don't know that much about fighting games myself, but it seems to, like, have the nuances of, like, how matchups work and how, you know, reading players and it knows what it's talking about when the fighting game stuff is going on, though I personally do not, and explains it well enough where I can follow it. And seems delightful. That was the last of the of that set, right? Yes. Okay. Good. I wasn't big on. Oh, I feel like Overlord. Here's the thing about Overlord. I feel like Slime is like the better Overlord, and I feel like I'm even nowadays getting a little bit of diminishing returns with Slime. So like Overlord itself is like, man, every time I watch Overlord, I feel like, oh, I don't like how the bad guys always win in Overlord, even though that's kind of the whole point of Overlord is that they're terrible and that they're doing villain stuff, and you know, that's kind of the whole point of Overlord. In Slime, it's the opposite. The good guys always win. That's correct. And the vibes are good. And I prefer that. But also, I kind of feel with Slime, like, I don't know what I want from it anymore. Because, it's gone on so long. It's just... You know, I'm just not, sure. This is the level to chart? This is the right level, right? I didn't type in another level from, like, the, yeah, this is the level that Chard submitted. Okay, just, making sure here. Let's do this. The light novel is really interesting. That's good to hear. That's good to hear that, like, there's a better version of it out there. I feel like sometimes, you know, it's the fucked up thing that it does where it introduces characters that you like. You know, like the Lizard Man or whatever, and then they just get totally, like, fucked over by the main man, and it's not... Like, I don't know, like, where exactly it could go where you would be happy with the result. You know, at all times, someone's going to be screwed over and worked over hard, and it's going to be the humans and the factions that are nice and, reasonable. I don't know. I feel like at this point I need to just not watch it, and you know, that's just how it is. It plays out, the light novel plays out more from the other side. Yeah, okay, those are the parts that you like, where it's just like, oh god, I hope the best for these people, And then, you know, you get some weird, like, oh god, they lost. You know, it's like a tragedy every time. It's like tragedy after tragedy. That's interesting that it's less Eins then. How does it tell the Eins part then? Does it just not? Is when people are watching the show, are they seeing the Eins part for the first time? That seems wild if so. Wow. That's way more interesting. And kind of fucked up in a way that's, again, interesting. Frustrating. It's a very frustrating show to watch, whereas I just feel like with Slimasec, I don't know, like, do I want Slime to get powerful? I guess I want him to meet more characters and to power them up, but then he does that and it's just like, oh, like 5 more characters. Okay. They're not as good as the first couple. No, they're just sort of okay. They're okay new characters. You know, it's not like 100 Girlfriends where every set of new characters is like the bomb and you're really excited every time. And no, never will ever we be let down by 100 Girlfriends. Yes, I am taking viewer levels, Sleepy Bird. Go ahead and submit. There's a pinned message that explains how it's done. Making sure real fast, just darting the eyes to the thing to make sure that's still there. Undefined, Super Mario Maker 2, go ahead and say. There's one guy you follow for like 20 pages and he just gets obliterated by the black materia from FF7. Not familiar with that, but I think I understand. Some sort of black goo. I got it. Some sort of black evil goo. I can picture it. Never played any Final Fantasy. Next set of cards. I've said that many times. It's not new. People have heard it before. 200 pages. It's like a comet from outer space. Got it. It's like Venom? Like black... Like, Venom is black and also from outer space. From Marvel. It doesn't... I don't need... Next 3 anime. More 3 anime. Undefined confirmed. It's like a spell. But a spell that's a comet. Okay, I got it. Don't know, like, what the... 3 more cards. We're almost done. I think we have, like, 1 pull left after this. Maybe 2. I watched the first episode of I Want to Love You Till Your Dying Day. I watched the first episode of The Ghost in the Shell. And I watched the first episode of Victoria of Many Faces. These are all really good, if not great. In fact, yeah, they're... I think great, very great. It's really great. Most of them. I think they all might be really great, actually. Love You to Your Dying Day is like magical child soldier, Yuri. It's about these girls who are being raised in a school to, like, fight in war or something using magic. And they die sometimes. And also this one girl who is being roomed up with another girl who's the main character girl is when she's first introduced, like, dripping in blood. Not her blood, it would seem someone else's blood? And what's the fuck's up with that? I don't know. It's not clear yet. It's very interesting. There's a lot of questions. The vibes are very curious, and also, very clearly, it is Yuri. They're looking at each other. It is romance. You can see in the tags there, it says romance. It says romance. The tags from AniList / AniChart, they say romance. I didn't see To Be a Hero X. I'll say, like, if I have one criteria for narrowing down the anime that I watch, and this would affect To Be a Hero X, it is that the anime that I watch are Japanese. So I don't really include or watch Chinese shows so much. I try out like 30, 40 shows a season. Adding in the Chinese shows would be too much. At least that's how I feel about it. Maybe I should make an exception when Crunchyroll actually is like, no, listen, this one is this one's like, you should actually watch that one. Wait, is Solo Level? I thought, I have seen some of Solo Leveling. I didn't really care for how Solo Leveling started, so I didn't really get very far in Solo Leveling. Is that one also Chinese? I thought it was Japanese. It is Korean? Is it Korean voices? I thought it was... I remember hearing Japanese. Maybe there's like a Japanese maybe like the voice acting is Japanese and that's enough for me. I honestly have been thinking about giving that one another chance, but also, like, I watch so much anime already, I've barely ever found time to ever give shows second chances or go back to old ones from previous seasons. I just like to mostly ride the wave of what's currently on, and this one seems really good. Real good, weird Yuri with a dark, sinister vibe to it. Again, real good Yuri this season. Ghost in the Shell lives up to its reputation. It looks really nice in a different way from the original Ghost in the Shell. It's a lot more anime, I guess I would describe it as. It's a lot more like stylized, a lot more, less realistic, and more just leaning into big you know what I mean? You know what I mean here? It might be a Japanese dub studio, but the source material is a manhwa. Yeah, well, I've watched shows like Tower of God, which are like that, or Tower. There's also the one where they fight. Honestly, I have not had good luck with a lot of those shows. I did not. Now that there must be a Korean-based original show that I actually like. There must be one of them, probably, but I didn't care for Tower of God or the one where they were fighting. Though there's the Tower of God, which I feel like has been kind of weak, and I've been not loving, and low-key, I did not like season 2 of that. And there was also the one where it was like a martial arts contest. That one got really stupid with its ass pulls. Squid Games. I never watched that either, but I know the story and all that from osmosis and YouTube and stuff. And I should watch more. I'll say I watch so much anime. It's rarer that I find time to watch like as many God of High School did. Yeah, that was it. Yes, okay. It was butchered by Crunchyroll. Okay, good. I did not like it at all. I was very unhappy by it and butchered. Okay, good. Not a controversial opinion. Ghost in the Shell's really good. Can I say Ghost in the Shell? Really good start. Really damn good start. Very promising, very fun. Great premise, great action. Really looks great. Looks like they'll be up to some great romps, and I like that they are, they want to stick it to the man and stop bad things from happening, even if, like, politicians might want them to be a little less, be a little more gun-shy about it. That seems kind of fun. It is good. You're more of a reader than a watcher. Gotcha. I tend to watch, and I like to go in without knowing as much about the shows as possible. Though in this case, I did watch Ghost in the Shell as a kid, as a teenager, so I am familiar with it. It's been forever since I've seen it, and this new one seems great. Victoria of Many Spaces is about a spook who goes off the grid and adopts a daughter. It seems pretty mellow and pretty chill. Basically, she's like a spy, and she's going out there being like, okay, well, I changed my name, and I skipped 2 countries, and now no one knows where I am anymore, and they're not going to be able to find me. And she meets an orphan girl, and she adopts her, and they're going to have a nice, chill life. And also, low-key, I think there's, like, some good intrigue there, and some good, like, suspense, just from how, like, yeah, she is a spook. And at any time, like, maybe other spies are going to catch up to her or something. You know, you're thinking that as she's having some nice slice of life romance, drama, and slow living. Sorry, Sleepy Bird. That's just what it is. I like to talk about my the things I am watching. And that's it for that set. Back to the game. One Piece made you a reader because the animation filler is out of control. They don't really do that anymore. Well, I actually don't know how is it with modern One Piece? How is it with modern One Piece? Does modern One Piece do that so much? Like, does modern One Piece still, like, get silly with the filler, or is it just, One Piece is getting a 12-episode season soon? It's better than modern, but you started reading in, like, 2007. Yeah, that was before everything switched over to being, yeah. I think we got, like, actually, there are still couple pulls left. I think there's 2 pulls left. 2 sets of 3. Almost through anime talk. Really, way too much anime in a season. What the hell is this? All the anime comes out on 1 week. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Oh, I see. We're not supposed to go down into that pit. We're supposed to go over here. It just so happens that I have to talk about all my... I say have to. If I'm talking about all the new anime, they all air in 1 week. So, it's all fucked up. The timing is, it gets a little clustered. I'll say, whoopsie daisy. I thought jumping was the right thing there, but it wasn't. I'll say, you know, we are, the next week, there's like 2 more shows that have yet to air this season. So next week will be a lot less anime talk overall, and a lot more just, other things. I'm going to have to find other things to talk about in between levels. Generally. We'll see if I have a very interesting week next week. I mean, I guess this week was a very... Every week I've never had the problem of too little to talk about, I'll admit. Not really. Every week at least has had 3-4 hours of tangents in it. And, you know, at least runtime anyway. Let me hit dismiss. Undefined did not confirm during that. And Neko is up next. Neko, go ahead and confirm for me. Neko Che. He was getting kind of short right now. There's not that many levels left. It is pretty late. It is pretty late at night. That could be a factor. You know, I'm kind of a night person. I kind of stay up late, so it doesn't affect me none. But the later it is, the less people in America are up. That's just how it works. We all understand that, generally. Nekoche, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, 3 more cards real fast. We're about to, I think we're almost out. I think there might be... Yeah, okay, yeah, I think there's 1 set after this. Okay. Watch the first episode of Red River. Watch the first episode of My Stepmother and Stepsisters Aren't Wicked. And I watched the first episode of Thunder 3. Okay. Red River seems damn good. Seems really good. It's like an Inuyasha type historical isekai. A girl randomly finds herself back in, you know, the 14th century BCE in the, Hittite Empire. I don't know where that is. It's somewhere, like, in the Middle East, I think. Like the Indus River Valley or something of the sort. And it seems pretty fun. I like that the prince has, like, oddly provocative solutions to getting her out of Dodge. And also, as you can see, it seems like she's going to really be leveling up and becoming sort of some sort of action figure. Some sort of Jonah fucking arc. And that sounds pretty fun and good. Even if I wasn't sold already by the first episode, that teaser would have done it. I think Red River is going to be great. My Stepmother and Stepsisters Aren't Wicked. It has 1 joke, and the joke is in the title. I don't know about this one. And for that reason, I'm out. I'm going to pass on it. Basically, the joke is like, they start almost being like, oh my god, you don't know how to read? And the girl is like, oh my god, they're going to be really nasty about that. And then they say, oh, we gotta teach you how to read. And it's like, okay, that's kind of good. And it's a nice version of just like, oh well, what if instead of being mean, they were nice instead, the stepsisters? But that 100 times in a row is kind of tiring, and also it's one of those shows that didn't get picked up by anywhere, so it's kind of hard to get at. Thunder 3. I wasn't terribly impressed. It's a weird show about a cartoonish looking characters who somehow get to go to a more realistic world, though that realistic world is like weirdly uncanny and doesn't look great to look at, worth noting. And I don't know, I wasn't really sold by it, and I don't think I'll be watching it. I don't know that we need to say that much more about it. it was kind of interesting, like, the depiction of an average boy's life. The girl, the sister that dude had was kind of cute. It's nothing that I'm really terribly interested in seeing more of. Pass. I'm passing on that one. And then I got two more. Yeah, it was kind of confusing. There were a couple times where I was looking through the list of anime for the season, and I was like, Thunder 3. Oh, no, I didn't see Thunder 1 and 2. Get that out of here. And then I was like, wait, no, hang on. It's not a sequel. It's just called that. That's confusing because a lot of shows, when they're doing the sequel season, they don't call it season 2. They just call it 2. They just put the name of the show and then put 2 in front of it. FIFA World Cup, a nice, easy one. This is one that we can definitely get through in 2 tries. Let's do it. Let's go. FIFA World Cup. Group. Stage. I heard that Come ended. I don't know that much about the World Cup, but I did hear that America lost, so no more Come. It's just CM now. That makes sense if you saw some images about the World Cup. Apparently, Canada? Who was C in Come? I'm not familiar with Pat Labor, no. I'll say, like, I'm not... There were a lot of shows from, like, that I randomly missed back when I was a kid that I didn't watch for this reason or that, and, you know, never did catch up with it when it was, more easy to do so. Especially with some of the bigger, longer shows. Like, there's a lot of blind spots I have as far as, like, early aughts anime and before. Like, I watched a lot of the stuff that was on Adult Swim, but not so much the stuff that was on Toonami. I don't know, like, why exactly I was, you know, that was the way that my anime viewing stuff broke apart, or ended up, but that's just how it went back when. So basically, it's up there with Kizo Monogatari as far as insane animation. Gotcha. I think I've heard the name before. I've just, you know, blind spots. I'll say, like, for the last 10 years, I've basically been trying everything. Though, for a time, only the stuff that was possible to get a hold of. You know what I mean? More recently, I give stuff that, I give everything a chance, and that includes stuff that's hard to get a hold of. That's, you know, I will say I definitely have watched shows that, I would have regretted not getting because no one picked it up as a result. But, you know, it's harder for me to dedicate, like, a whole binge to, like, an old show, right? Binging through 100, dozens of episodes or whatever, versus, like, doing a show once a week. That's what I like. I like to watch something once per week and go, like, okay, you know, I have something new to watch every day, basically. And, yeah. One last quick 3-pull. And, that is these. And, by the way, thank you, Neko Che, for the level. That was lovely. That was good. Shampoost is up next. And, watch the first episode of Mobius Dust. And watch the first episode of Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You. And also, quick follow-up on the 2 shows that I was unsure about continuing that I've seen the previous seasons of. I decided to not continue with Trapped in a what the hell is that show called? Trapped in another world, romance thing. Trapped as a mob character. Wasn't really into it. Didn't like it last season. That's reason enough not to continue this season. I was a little bit more, I was fairly mid-ish on, also mid-ish on, Bumpkin. But I do think that mostly that was because the plot didn't go in good directions, and I wasn't really following the plot that well. Feel like it just had a bunch of intrigue that didn't really work and such. I do think still the basic idea of Bumpkin is fun, and so long as it does good stuff, I'll watch more of it. So I'm dropping the trapped in a dating sim, whatever that show is called. And I'm sticking with Country Bumpkin, at least for now. And as far as these two new shows go, Mobius Dust or Mebius Dust, it's spelled multiple ways in multiple places. And clearly it says Mobius in the description, so I don't understand what's up with that. But it's basically about superpower kids that run around and use their superpowers to do, like, capture the flag. The first episode is just them doing capture the flag, and it was kind of alright. It's kind of an entertaining game of capture the flag, couple of them. They have decent, cool abilities that make for decent superpower combinations. Competitions, sorry. My only thought is, like, where is this going? Is this going to go somewhere interesting once they, like, have to fight people or something? I'm interested. I'm not 100% sold, so it's tentative there. And finally, Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You seems like a decent little rom-com type thing about, like, middle-aged folk who hang out behind the supermarket and smoke and be chill. The one thing I don't care for is the whole aspect of, like, obviously, dude has the synopsis makes clear, like, oh, the dude doesn't initially realize that the person behind the counter and the person with the same color hair behind the store who's more punk rock are the same person. I think that's kind of tiresome. And also, like, the longer he doesn't realize, the dumber he seems, you know? It's like, okay, guy, it's obvious. Have a little genre salve. Come on, be a little genre savvy and realize that they're the same person. Also, I will say that smoking is not something that I personally truck with. And, you know, for that reason, like, some of the coziness of it is diminished a bit. But I can probably look past that. And then if I watch Cat Chain-Smoking Cat, I can, you know, wash out any of the allure with just, like, if you don't know, Cat Chainsmoker is another show that started last week, where it's just a show of, like, a cat chain-smoking and puking and shitting her pants all over the place because she's an addict, and she's terribly addicted and a trash baby. There we go. There's the whole set of them. There's all of them, and there's just 2 shows left in the season, so don't expect as much anime talk next week. We're mostly done with anime talk for a while, other than the passing, hey, 100 girlfriends. Ooh, 100 girlfriends, really good, huh? My lips have gotten really chapped over the several hours we've been streaming. Let's go. I think I got 4 cards after the 4 cards. Yeah, I got like 3 cards after anime time, so we only got a few levels in queue, I'll say. Oh, dude's here. Shampooist is here, obviously. Shampooist been in chat talking. What's the clear rate there? Let me see the clear rate, and then we'll know what how many tries we got. It is 2%, so we got 5, and we need to randomize them. I'll say it's not. I'd say it's more obvious. It's more obvious than Superman. Like, I think anyone would figure it out and deduce. Maybe actually, you know, if that person tells you they're 2 different people, maybe that's somewhat convincing, but I don't know. It's a troll level! That was not the thing to do. ReZero is coming back. Yeah, that's like, isn't that, it's like a month or 2, isn't it? I think it's a longer hiatus. That'll be great when ReZero comes back. I'll say, low key. Shout out to all shout out to all the returning shows this season. I can't read the card because my audio mixer is in front of it, so I don't know, I don't remember what the word is I use for that. Exceptional? Exceptional. That's it. There's a lot of fucking good returning shows this season, like 100 Girlfriends, which had an excellent fucking start. Holy shit, I want to say that again. 100 Girlfriends, one of the best shows in general right now, and it had just a opening that makes you think, ooh, that could be anime of the year. Ooh, that's fucking good. Oh, that's not it. That's not where we need to go. Also, Polar Opposites came back. Also, I'll say I think Magaluminaire is real good. I think Magaluminaire had a really good first episode back. I'm also watching, what else am I watching this season? There's, Bookworm is still going. I feel like I'm less interested in most of what's going on with the Bookworm these days, for what it's worth. Bookworm is kind of struggling for me. Gotta ride those thwomps on the far right up. We have one more try, but I'll say the queue is really short, so it'll be back up very soon, though. Whoopsie daisy. Shit. Get that back in there. You'll be up very soon. We don't have that many levels in queue. Shit. We will have another chance at that very soon. We've gotten down to it, folks. We just have the one. And, let me see. Let me finish the anime. Shout out to returning shows real fast. Let me look at Annie List real fast here. There is also, Slime Isekai is continuing. I didn't know it's 60 episodes. Wow, that's real damn long. I guess it's gonna be several more seasons. Witch and the Black Cat and the Classroom of Black Cat and Witch is continuing. That's gotta be just one, right? What release day? Oh, this came out on release or close to it. Wow. Let me see. 1 second. Let me also shout out 100 Girlfriends. You and I are polar opposites. Magaluminaire. Skeleton Knight is okay. And is that it as far as returning shows this week? Cleavatess had a fantastic first episode back. Cleavatess's first episode was fantastic. And also Elusive Samurai is coming back in like a week, so as is ReZero sometime in the future. There's other shows that are coming back. Pretty fucking good lineup of S tier shows. Just right out the gate, I feel like. But yeah, that's enough anime talk. We've well covered it. And sorry for folks that are not so interested. I like to talk about the things I've been watching over the things I've been watching, and when I watch them for the first time, I want to tell you all if they're good or not. Maybe we should, maybe some thought should be given to excising the bad ones, but oftentimes I do like talking about the bad ones as well, just insofar as to point at them and go like, why that? Why not this? Maybe it'd be better to get those out of the way in like a real quick lightning round of things, and yeah. Folks, it is time now for last call for levels. Did I release? Hang on, one second. I got you. Hang on, I need to dismiss that level. Oh, no, it is dismissed. It is dismissed. We are good. You just submitted it back again. Perfect. It is time for last call for levels. This is the time during which folks who are watching, I play some of my own levels to give the folks the time to submit more levels. And today, I have a special treat. I have a special thing planned for tonight. For the last couple of weeks, we've been playing through my super world, my completed super world, and last week we finished it, and I wasn't quite sure 100% what to do next. What should be the thing. And I thought about it, and I decided to do this. 1 second, let me do this. I'm gonna turn the volume down, and give it a second. Yep, see daisy. I decided, hey, why don't I go through the 4 worlds of my super world from Mario Maker 1 from Mario Maker 1? And we'll see some Mario Maker 1 levels for a change. Last Call has been going on so long. We've shown off the Mario Maker 2 levels, I think, each individually, so many times. Let's do some Mario Maker 1 for the time being. It also helped playing some Mario Maker 1 last weekend as part of that whole 4th of July stream where I did Mario Maker 2, 3DS, and thing. We're just doing one world. We're doing one world per stream, per nights. And honestly, we might go and do the previous parts, the previous levels eventually. But yeah, let's just play some of this. Some of these levels, this level in particular, I did remake for Mario Maker 2. Good night, Shampoost. You have a good one. It has gotten late. We did start a lot later than normal, than usual. Good night. So this was a whole super world that I did back in the day, and the idea was, unlike my current super world, where the idea was to, you know, do a mix of each theme in each style. Instead in this one, each world has like its own theme that is like custom made, and most of the levels are using the same theming and the same like really bespoke decoration and all that. In this case, it is a sort of a ski lodge, and you know, you sort of get like a ski lodge mountain type aesthetic here with the interiors and also the trees, I suppose. This is subtly different, isn't it? Like, you kind of hear the sound effects sometimes be different from usual. Makes you think, makes you think. That one I remade in Mario Maker 2, and it's a little different there because it turns out some of the spring physics is different in Mario Maker 2. The rest of them haven't been seen, and, you know, currently are not available in Mario Maker 2, or at all, but I'm still quite proud of them. This level's a platform level, and it's just sort of a platform level. You ride platforms up a ski lift, and, you know, deal with it. This is just the kind of level that I wanted to make. This is suspicious. How's this suspicious? It doesn't... I'll say, I do think my platform level that I made as part of the second game was a little better. Also insofar as it, like, was mostly... This level ended up being, like, mostly platform level, as you can see. And, well, I do feel like, you know, I do want to make... When I make Mario, I want to make every single type of level. Also, I put keys on the checkpoints to indicate that the red coins were just optional, just for funsies. Which maybe wasn't the best way to communicate that, but, yeah. So basically, as you go, enemies board the platform. Pretty, straightforward. And you just sort of defend your platform. I do maintain that this is the type of level that you should do at least once, and that, makes sense. I will say... Platform levels are definitely, a little less. Hello, Vitruvian Man. How you doing? It's last call, so get your level in. And, now's a great time because there's barely any in the queue right now, so, you get in now, it's pretty, pretty fast. It's gonna be pretty good. You got a glitch level? Whatever you got, now's the time to submit it. CJ, hell yeah, we got some levels. Okay, good. I got like 3 cards left of things to talk about real quick, so I could use at least 3 levels. That would be ideal, honestly. I'm showing off my Mario Maker 1 Super World, the first world of it. Avalanche, it's called Avalanche Lodge? Avalanche Lodge, that's right. And this one was the 3rd level of it, which was, Sauna Secret. Sort of an oddball level. I wanted every of these, Super Worlds to have, like, each of these worlds to be, like, basically themed just one basic theme, Like in this case, like, in this case, sort of what's the word? A, lodge, like a ski lodge or whatever. But in every world's case, I want at least one level to be divergent, and this is that one, which is, sort of has an indoors thing. You're going into, like, a sauna, where it's hot, and there's lava. And, there's a weird gimmick to this level. Check out the weird gimmick to this level in, like, a minute. We've been going from right to left through the sauna, and now we've gotten to the midpoint, in which we, go down and over. The colors are brighter. Yeah, that's definitely true. So at this point, after the checkpoint, we we activate this POW switch situation by hitting that and go through the door, and suddenly, look at this. You're kind of in the same place now, but the water level is lower. It's not a glitch. It's just a little bit of a odd I built the level twice situation. This is the same level as before, but now, since the lava level is lower, you can proceed from left to right and go back. Sort of a funny, way of playing with the perspective of, you know, reusing the same area, rebuilding the same area, again to the, side, and then making it so that, you know, once you return to the side, you then go back through the pipe, which is now go-inable with these, semi-solid platforms. And then you can, do this. Now in this first room, the water level is lower, and you can go under the, thing at the start. And then go over, and then you end. Sort of a weird sort of, trying to emulate physical space type level by rebuilding the level the same spaces twice. Maybe not the best version of that I've ever done, but it's alright. It's cool. Here's a level where you ride, Buzzy Beetles. At least some of the time. I guess there's some stuff. It's been a while since I played this Super World, where my Mario Maker, 2 stuff in general. I forgot there were parts of this level where you were chased by a mole, honestly. I just remembered this part where you ride a single, shell. Wow, that's not nearly as good as, like, multiple shell rides. I forgot that it was just a single shell in this case. Later in this, Super World, there was a case where you rode multiple shells, but in this case, you're just riding one shell, and I think that's it. Shell rides kind of go really fast, so you can't really, one more shell ride. You can't really do too terribly much with it before you're out of space, I think. It's alright. I do think the Mario Maker 2 Super World got off to a better start. I do think that the Mario Maker 2 Super World was better. I think I improved with time. But I also think that shit's good. And, you know, definitely I remade one of those in Mario Maker 2, so yeah, fun. Okay, switching back over now. You think Mario Maker 3 will be the year after next? I hope it's this year. I still hold out hope, but it does feel like it's not going to be this year at this point. Maybe the year after. Okay. That's last call for levels. Let me go ahead and close the queue. Get this all the way. Get this nice and closed. It is time to do the remaining levels tonight. There are only 3 of them, so this will be relatively quick. Though oftentimes new viewers I sometimes let into queue. Usually I let them into queue, even during queue close situations. So we could have more levels maybe, but we're probably not. So let's go ahead and get this done, and we do get bonus heads for this. So yeah, Wario. Let's do this. Apparently it's short and sweet, is what the tags say of this level. Oh shit, I see. I'm supposed to ride the I'm supposed to ride it up. I'm not gonna count that. I think I could just wait for that to work. But again, but yeah, let's do it. That one doesn't count as a try. I don't have to worry about that. That does though. You heard oh, one second. Sorry. Gotta put the volume back up. Sorry, we were Mario Maker 1 has a lower volume, so I have to adjust the volume to make it more palatable. Maybe it was a little too quiet. Maybe it could have been a little bit louder. Think about that for next time.
Oh, no.
I could check and like try to get a better idea, but it's fine. It's just a quick hop in over there anyway. I'm down with whatever you got. I'll give it a go, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, no.
This is going pretty well. It's a cool gimmick. I quite like it. I quite like to see it, and I think this should be doable.
Oh, no.
Don't jump into the ceiling. I'm good with upside down. I've done dark levels. I've done upside down levels. I've done not so much Kaizo or puzzle levels myself, personally, as far as making goes. But I played a fair number. Why did I jump big? Jump small. Jump small. I'm gonna jump small here. Oh, dude. Oh, that was progress. That was New Frontiers. That was we've never been there before. If I hadn't jumped, I would have landed on the clouds. Shaking my head. Once I'm on the thing, I need to relax or maybe do a jump. Checkpoint! Checkpoint refreshes our tries! Refreshes our tries up to 7. Let's fucking go. I'm going to die to refresh the timer. This won't count. This is just to refresh the timer. Let's go. Let's do it.
Oh, no.
Wow, in that case, we landed too low. We weren't able to interesting that can go wrong that way. News to me. Up there? No. No, this way. Cross the bells.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. We're getting there. We got it. Okay. There we go. What? Huh? Oh, I think we need to wait for this to go down and then go to the other side. Yes. Exactly that. Are we done? Did we do it? Still more. But there's the end. There we go. We did it. Fantastic. That was a bit odd. That's correct. It is a bit odd. It's for sure a bit odd, but it was still a lot of fun and cool and mostly worked right. Let me hit complete, and next up is Vitruvian, who basically just submitted just now, is good and present and all that, and entitled to whatever heads. Let me do card. I still got 3 cards left. I got to go through them real fast. So yeah, this week I've been mostly playing a bunch of 3D platformers. Been doing it on my AYN Thor. I've been playing some Banjo-Kazooie, and some Mario Odyssey. I've been playing both of those games, and for the millionth time, and for the most part, I'll say it's been interesting playing through them again. Fun. Recently I've been working in Godot and trying to figure out, like, learning Godot game development engine, and trying to put together like a 3D platformer in so many words. So like revisiting them has been fun in the last week. Justin has been productive in a way in the last week, just going through those games and trying to really think like, what is it about them that works? While playing through them, I made a whole list of like all the different types of jiggies or moons that they have, just to get a feel for like, okay, this is what you fill a 3D platformer with. This is what goes in. These are how this game works, this game operates. Also trying to get a feel for like, okay, physics-wise, how much air control is right, how much, how should this work, how should that work, and a wall jump, this or that. And it's been pretty productive, pretty insightful, and I think my the stuff that I've been working on this week has been better off for that. And also I've wrote down a bunch of ideas based on like going through them and having some fresh thoughts on them. And also I don't know I've ever played them back to back like that at the same time. A little of A, a little of B, a little of A, a little of B, and definitely interesting playing like the first 3D platformer I ever played, and my favorite 3D platformer that put it in the dust, when it came out, and just, outdid it so tremendously. It's good shit. Also, I'll say, we don't have that many levels in queue, so let me just say right here, right now, I've also not found time for Rhythm Heaven Groove this week. Turns out it is a game that you cannot play while watching anime, watching SGDQ, or being at Six Flags. And most of the games I played this week, and most of the time I spent playing games this week, has been while doing one of those other things and multitasking it up. Or The Office, has been one of those things. So yeah, you need to play more Beat Spell. I did beat the first level of that, and I haven't unlocked the second level because I don't have a third medal. It gets good after Chapter 4. Well, I need to get like 10 medals for that, right? That's kind of a lot. I have 2. I need to play more of that game. I need to I got through like stage 6 off stream like a week ago, and I haven't been back since. I've been busy. Stuff has been going on, and I've been watching stuff, and like I said, you can't play that game while watching stuff, so that's just what it is. You can, of course, play platformers while watching stuff, and do coding while watching stuff, and that much is nice and convenient. What's the clear rate here? 1 second, let me check this real fast. Let me see. Oh, it's really high. 5 is right. Okay, good. Wanted to get that out the way real fast, just so that, would have spaced it out a little bit, but we actually don't have that many levels in queue, so these 3 cards gotta be quick. Lucky I didn't make so much for after the anime. I feel like I've seen levels like this. This is cool, though. It opens up a path every time you do a thing, and that path opens up in big cinematic explosions. It's a very cinematic little level here. Or with the POW situation, the POWs going off this way or that. Kind of like a reverse, Bramble Scramble from not the original Bramble Scramble, but the Tropical Freeze one? Kind of like that. I'm not huge into refreshing levels, no. I don't really get them, CJ. Not something that really speaks to me. They're not bad, I guess, but they just don't, just sort of whatever, I just, it's not my thing. I don't know what to tell you. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty common opinion. It's like with Roblox. There's like a I feel like that's maybe even a generational thing. Or like certain generations, had it or are young and are getting into it now, whereas I'm by the time that was invented, I was kind of like okay, whatever. You know, I didn't have, there wasn't YouTube when I was a boy, neither, you know, not until I was a teenager, not until I was like, you know, my teenage years, so like there wasn't that sort of stuff as much those days as far as like what kids watch now when they're young and shit. I mean, I did watch a lot of Nostalgia Critic and Spoonie and stuff of that nature. I guess that's, and some YouTube poops and stuff, but you know, feel like it's different now. And that was like teenage stuff, you know? That wasn't like, I can't imagine what it's like for a little kid, you know, for a youngin'. Or for people that much younger than me where like, no, YouTube was like their childhood. YouTube for me was like, you know, cringe teenage years at best, you know? At worst. And then everything since I was in college has been pretty solid. I stand by pretty much everything I've watched in the last 20 years, other than the ones who have gotten canceled for being weird, you know, sex pests. Other than those couple of YouTubers, there's been a couple of those. I don't stand by them. You know, I'll stand by them, but that's not exactly what I was talking about, obviously. So yeah, not playing much. Thank you, Vitruvian. I'm hitting complete, and last up we have CJ, who is here. I know. I'm literally an uncle. I'm literally an uncle. It is literally true that I am, yeah, you know. Follow up on life balance. Just wanted to talk about this because I do feel like it's been weirdly hard to balance all the things I want to do in life right now. Considering that I have all the time in the world, technically, in so many ways, it feels like it shouldn't be that hard, but I don't know. I've been sleeping more, and that sleep has taken a few hours out. Feel like I've been tired more, and, you know, more prone to wanting to nap or to otherwise crash and not have the energy to do things. I wonder what's up with that. Maybe part of it is, like, food. Honestly, because here's the thing. I feel like with my sleep schedule being more erratic, I'm less likely to get, like, 3 meals a day. Instead, I wake up, I eat something. I might eat something, like, around dinner time if it's not already dinner time. And then I might have a dessert, like, at the time in which you have a dessert. The meals haven't been pushed around so much as they should be. And as a result, there's not 3 of them sometimes. Even if I am getting up at an early time. I did find, like, when I was working, that, like, when you're working from home, it's so much easier to just roll out of bed and not have breakfast. Whereas if you know you have to go somewhere, you know, it's more likely to, I'm more likely to, eat something. That shit's been tough, and this week has been real fucking busy, and I'll say, like, part of me was kicking myself for not finding that much time to work on the Godot stuff while I was busy with catching up with anime and Six Flags and the stream last weekend. Wasn't until later in the week that I got some good progress on my Godot stuff. I made wall jumping work. That was pretty nice, and did a bunch of other stuff, and I have a better idea now about, like, how the basic feel should feel. And that's all coming together nicely. Starting to, anyway. But also, I haven't worked on my short form stuff for the channel recently. I haven't done any editing, or I'm kind of running out of shorts now after a couple weeks of not really prioritizing it. And I think I kind of understand. Is the goal here to be pushed by the hook once it's in the POW? The POW's in the hook, and you get pushed by the POW into the thing. I think like that's the thing. Oh, but it drops the. How would you? Clear check took an hour. Okay, yeah. I'll say, by the way, in the case of in the case of a getting over it style level, the standing rule for levels like that is that a timeout will count for multiple tries. In particular, it'll count for all of our tries in this case, I think, because you know, that's like how the lightning round is balanced with levels like getting over it style levels and so forth, because without it we'd be here for an hour, you understand. because that's, you know, 8 minutes times, like, 12 lives. You understand, right? Maybe I need to, like, get on top of Yoshi. And I think you're right. I think it is some sort of Yoshi glitch. But what exactly? I can push Yoshi into the tire. Like that. I can push Yoshi into the tire. Then if I can get the POW to be in the right spot where there's no room in between Yoshi and the POW, will that push my Yoshi inward rather than outwards? Hang on, this looks pretty good. This took you an hour to do? This took you an hour to clear check? I was supposed to lick the POW block in claw? Nope, I didn't need to. I just went right through. I did a different glitch. No, that's definitely a glitch too. Multiple things can be glitched. Might be cheese. Might be cheese. I'm happy with that. Anyway, hopefully next week will be more chill to a certain degree. Hopefully I'll be able to catch up on the things I want to do. We'll see what happens next week, and that's the last level for tonight. So we are done. What was that? Was that a 6-hour stream? I think that was like 5.5 all told. We started around 8 and it's nearly 2. That's like 5.5. I think we went longer last week. Turns out when there's 30 anime to talk about, even doing 10 at a time takes forever. Also, the Tormenta stuff up top took a while as well. Also the I did outplay the glitch. That's correct. There was a lot of stuff to talk about tonight with all the anime, with all the other business, with the Xbox news, with the this and the that. It only makes sense that we would have a longer stream. I'm hoping next week will be some shorter stream, and I'm also hoping that before too long, I'm hoping I can get some nice fresh. I hope I can find time for all the things I want to do in my life, all the things I want to do for the channel, all the things I want to do as far as personal projects go, things of that nature. We'll see. Things are, it's hard to find time for things, I think. No matter what, no matter how much time you got, it's always hard to do. Somehow. I don't know how that works. You would think that when you had all the time in the world, you had all the time in the world, but maybe I should eat more. Maybe I should get more energy. Maybe I should have more square meals, and then I'll be more awake and more energy to do all the productive stuff. I don't know. It's weird. It was the same case last time I was unemployed in between the previous job and this job, so go figure. You would think, but somehow just end up being a lot more tight with time when I have less time to be tight with. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. That is it for the viewer levels. Thank y'all for all of them. Hope you enjoyed some of the anime talk, Tormenta talk, any of that crap. Apologies if it was long. Of course, this is a lot to talk about, a lot to cover. And fortunately, I say fortunately, it is now over. There's no more for, there's like 2 more shows that are airing next week, so it'll be a lot smaller part of next week's stream, the anime. Also, there's not a new roller coaster opening up this weekend, so that's also a good thing for a shorter stream. I hope next week will be shorter. I would like to have a 2 or 3 hour stream someday, some Friday, where we don't have to talk about 1,600 layoffs, people laid off, or really cool coasters. I guess it's not a bad thing to talk about coasters in anime. Whatever. Folks, let me say, the next stream will be on Monday. That is DK64 101%, and it is the finale next week. We have finished most every world. There are just 11 bananas left in the game, golden bananas left in the game. They are all in DK Island, and then after we get them all, at least 10 of them, we will go to Hideout Helm, and we'll do that, and then we'll get the last Golden Banana, and then we'll beat K. Rool, and it'll be done. Playthrough will be in the books as of next Monday, and that's nice and lovely. And Sonic 06 will start 2 weeks after next Monday, once that is all nice and finished. There's nothing hard left in the game other than Hideout Helm and K. Rool, which are actually kind of difficult, but not so difficult that we shouldn't be able to do them. It should be good. Look forward to that on Monday. Also next week, on Wednesday, there will be, I'm going to do a stream of Dench Attack on its launch night. That is an indie game where I think it's sort of like Tony Hawk, but you're a train. You're like a subway train. Densha is the Japanese word for, it's like Japanese for train. I don't know if it's Densha or Densha something else, or I think it's just Densha. So Densha Attack, there's the pun there. Basically, it's like train attack. You can see all this on the calendar. You can see that's the second stream that'll happen after this one. And then the Friday after that will be more viewer levels at the normal time. SGDQ. We also talked a bunch about SGDQ as well. There'll be some SGDQ I'll be watching today, though I will be doing family stuff tomorrow, so not that much SGDQ me watching tomorrow, I think. But I think I will watch. Is it too late to see? Has Windswept happened already? Definitely want to see Windswept if I can. Anyway, that's all what's coming up in the next week. Next Friday will be viewer levels, but at the normal time, 6 p.m. Central, earlier than it was this week, which I think will be nice and good. And honestly, I'm not expecting it to go super long. I'm not expecting to have like that much to talk about after all these big news weeks, big anime weeks, big theme park weeks. I'm expecting to be a little more low key, and honestly, I'm hoping for some more low-key streams in the near future. You can see everything that's coming up in the following weeks after the ones noted, like DK Challenge on the Sunday after this Sunday. You can see Rugrats Scavenger Hunt random revisit there, like on the Tuesday in between the DK Challenge and Splatoon Raiders on Splatoon Raiders Day, and also once Shadow the Hedgehog episode of Sonic 06 will be starting at the end of the month, as will be Truck-kun is Supporting Me from Another World, a stream of that on its launch night. And also viewer levels on every Friday, as per usual, and yeah. I need to figure out when I'm going to Cedar Point. If I'm going to Cedar Point. I think I'm going to Cedar Point next month. Gotta schedule that, and pretty soon here I'm gonna have to show an August schedule that has that specifically called out, specifically broken out. Whatever. That's when we're going to be live next. That's when I'm going to be back. Thank y'all for joining again. Let me send the Twitch people somewhere. It is late. I don't know if usually we don't usually go this late, but let me see who's going, who's up, who's online. Tell you what, let me raid someone playing Mario Maker 2. Let's do a Mario Maker 2 raid. That seems like a good idea. Who's doing Mario Maker 2 right now? Who is relatively small and doing viewer levels? Let's see. Let's just raid someone relatively small. Do you have a recommendation, 06i? Anyone online that you would recommend? What anyone for me, 06i? What do you got? I'm just looking. I see someone up late for viewer levels, pushing to 200. No one you follow? Okay, let's go with JCB Jedi with 3 viewers currently. We'll send y'all there. That's fine. Doing viewer levels and pushing for 200 follows apparently. Nice. Good for him. If he's cool, follow him, I guess. All right, that's gonna do it. I will see y'all on Monday for the finale of DK64 101%. I will see y'all on Wednesday for Dench Attack, a launch night stream of that. And I will see y'all on next Friday for more viewer levels, but at the normal time and probably a lot shorter. Probably a shorter stream next week, I hope. Assuming that no big news stories break in the next week, I can't imagine it'll be as long as the last 2 weeks have been. take it easy. Give your love to the VOD and also to the short form content, if you please. I will see y'all on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, various times in the future for various more streams. Take it easy. Good night. See y'all on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Good night, good night, good night.